release me from my winter hell. I've got candles and candy, I can be your daddy if you only let me creep into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your choice is seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. Just speak low, stand in your row, try not to show this life's a show. Try not to glow way down below. Oh, it's a lot of woe, and that's not a place where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you not to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true, 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 true.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. How are you? How are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for being here. All right, I want to get right into it because Judge Bev is about to rule on something kind of important. Okay, so this time around, obviously, because Karen Reed did do some interviews, the clips from those are being used. And there is this one particular clip that the state wants to get in, but the defense is like, no. First of all, it's a statement that it's Karen in this clip is saying something to the effect of Mrs. O'Keefe said he looks like he's been hit by a car, something like that. And the state is arguing that this is consciousness of guilt, while the defense is saying, no, it's not consciousness of guilt, number one. But number two, this is a statement that Mrs. O'Keefe, John's mom, said on the stand yesterday that she didn't even say. So this is impeachment, and it impeaches their own witness, and they're not allowed to do that. And Judge Bev said, well, I'm going to look at it and I'll rule on it in the morning to decide if I'm going to let it in. Okay, so that's basically where we're at right now. I've paused it. Don't you guys worry. We're not going to miss anything. Court just started. All right, so here we go. You're all caught up.
Counsel wanted to see me.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes,
Good morning.
I just have one brief issue I want to raise for the court.
Sorry, you guys. I forgot I was logged in on this account. I'm so sorry. Let me fix it. I will fix it for you. Hold on. All right. Now we're ready. My bad.
Good morning.
Yes, we just have one brief issue we want to raise for the court.
Okay.
We wanted to confirm whether experts in this case
Oh, I didn't mean
are
to push
permitted
pause.
to watch testimony in order to prepare for rebuttal. We had asked for that
For rebuttal, like post,
responding,
for responding, okay,
in our case in chief, for both sides.
okay. What's your position? Ms. Little, you want to?
Yes, we would.
All right. Mr. Brennan, is there any reason not to?
I need to give it some thought. I'm not willing to agree. I'll abide by whatever the court thinks is fair.
So why don't you think about it? We'll address it later today. Okay, there's no expert testimony today, right?
It's not.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, sure. Is that
Judge
it?
Bevan,
Ready,
Judge
Julian?
Bevan, her slice.
You wanted a ruling on the
Yeah.
clip
the
from
clip.
yesterday?
Let's
did.
go.
All right, you can play it.
Oh my
All
God.
right, so we'll take a quick break.
Oh my God. Judge Bev, why are we playing this clip? It means nothing. Look, first of all, and I was listening to Mrs. O'Keefe's testimony while I was getting ready for today. And as you guys know, I do all my best thinking in the shower, just the way it is. So obviously, I was taking a shower. And, you know, Mrs. O'Keefe, other than reminding the jury that this is a human being that lost his life and that he is somebody's son, he is somebody's uncle, somebody's brother, somebody's friend, all of those things. Other than that, relative to the actual crime the state is alleging took place, she doesn't have relevant testimony. Okay. But my heart still goes out to her. And it made me think about a comment that was in the chat yesterday that I really agreed with, which is that the O'Keefe family really feels like Karen Reed is guilty. And interestingly, it made me ponder back to the West Memphis 3 case. And I couldn't understand how the families in that case could sit through the court proceedings, through the trials, both trials, and hear the evidence and really believe that the state had it right. And when I did bedtime books with Bendy and I was reading Terry Hobbs' book, Box Full of Nightmares, all of it kind of clicked with me. If they have questions, if a family has doubts, if they're not sure that the state has the right person, the process for them continues on and on. It's like they're in this purgatory. And I think that that's a lot of the reason why families accept it, because I feel like if they don't, they're in this perpetual state of non-resolution. It's hard enough to lose, as a parent, to lose your child because it's just against the natural order of things. And then you have on top of it questions looming about, there's an arrest made in the case, they go to trial, and then there's questions. And I get it. And I feel awful for them. I just do. So that's my little sermon while we wait for the jury to be brought in.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were here yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Can we bring Mr. Whitley back in, please?
All right. Also, I need to point out that I do enjoy the way that Bev gets up and greets the jury as if she's welcoming them into her home for a ladies' lunch. Loves it. Speaking of, we were playing part. Initial impressions, I mean, right after they gave that verdict. We need to talk about that. Not now, obviously, but we will, because there's a situation, and not the Mike, the situation. No. This is not a good situation. No. Although I'm not sure, Mike, the situation, it was a good situation, but.
Ms. Tianetti, you can step up to the podium.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Also, for the record, the fact that a couple of you guys were in kindergarten in 1992 has made me feel old, and I don't appreciate it, because I was going to graduate high school in 3 years.
You testified that when Karen Reed was brought to the hospital, she didn't want to get into a hospital Johnny, and she didn't. It was progress and status at the hospital, correct?
No, I don't believe that to be the case.
Well, you testified before the grand jury regarding this matter 3 years ago, didn't you?
I don't believe I said that she was
I didn't ask you that question. You testified before the grand jury 3 years ago, didn't you?
I testified before the grand jury 3 years ago.
You were under oath then, as you're under oath today, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth.
I am telling the truth.
You swore to tell the truth in 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
That was less than 3 months after you brought Karen Reed to the hospital, didn't you?
Yeah.
And your memory of what happened at the hospital was very good in April of 2022, right?
As good as today?
Your memory in April of 2022 was very good, wasn't it?
It was very good as it is today.
Okay, so you want to add the as it is today, despite the fact that you weren't asked that question. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. When questioned by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, you were asked the following question. So what, if any, interaction did you have with her, meaning Ms. Reed, at the hospital once you were there? You remember that question, right?
I do.
And your answer was, after that, I helped escort her down to, they call it the psych hallway, where they have rooms set up for psychiatric patients for their evaluation. And then she was unhappy that she wasn't able to see him, meaning John. And she kept trying to. She didn't want to get into a hospital Johnny. She didn't want to, I believe, give a urine sample. She was not, the nurses were asking her to do certain things that every patient has to do, and she was not cooperating with them. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
So 3 years ago, when you testified about this issue of giving a urine sample, you testified under oath that you believed that she didn't want to give a urine sample, correct?
Correct.
Yesterday, 3 years later, you testified with certainty that she didn't want to give them, right?
Yeah, she was giving them a hard time about having to give a urine sample.
Right. No, I'm asking you about your testimony yesterday in contrast to the grand jury, sir.
Okay.
To the extent that I ask yes or no question, I'd like yes or no answers.
So
okay?
no instructions to the witness, Ms. Giannetti.
Your Honor,
Ask
may
a
the witness be
question.
instructed to answer the question yes or no if it calls for a yes or no question.
Sir,
Answer.
Answer the question that's asked of you, okay?
Okay.
So go ahead, ask a question.
You testified yesterday
Hold on a minute.
that she didn't want to.
Judge Bev, now come on, stop playing with these people out here. Now, you know damn right well that that is a legitimate request and a legitimate instruction. That if the response requires a yes or a no answer, then the witness can be instructed to give a yes or no answer. Already, you're on some BS, Bev, and we're only 2 seconds into the dadgum testimony. Come on.
Give a urine sample without saying it was your belief that she didn't want to give one, correct?
Correct.
In any case, were you aware that when she was asked to give a urine sample, that Ms. Reed had gotten her period and did not have a tampon?
I was aware she was on her period, yes.
You're also aware that when somebody is brought to the hospital for a Section 12, they have no privacy. Isn't that right?
They have medical privacy. Either the tech or the nurse would be with the patient at all times.
Okay. With them at all times, observing them at all times, correct?
So they wouldn't be, she wasn't in like a hallway open to the public.
Understood, sir. But she also, when I said privacy, what I was asking is, she was not allowed to go to the bathroom alone to give a urine sample, correct?
She was a psychiatric patient.
Right. So she would have to use the bathroom in front of hospital personnel or some medical personnel with people watching her while she was on her period with no tampon, correct?
I would understand that to be true.
Did cooperate and eventually...
Sample, but urine sample, yes.
She did give the urine sample.
Correct.
Now, in your testimony yesterday...
Of what Karen Reed may have asked you about John surviving in the snow with light clothing. You remember those questions?
John surviving in the snow with light clothing. You remember those questions?
I remember asking about not having a jacket, correct?
Now, starting at the end of the day, when I cross-examined you yesterday, I asked you about that topic, and I said to you, you mentioned something about hypothermia.
They have medical privacy. Either the tech or the nurse would be with the patient at all times.
Okay. With them at all times, observing them at all times, correct?
So they wouldn't be, she wasn't in like a hallway open to the public.
Understood, sir. But she also, when I said privacy, what I was asking is, she was not allowed to go to the bathroom alone to give a urine sample, correct?
She was a psychiatric patient.
Right. So she would have to use the bathroom in front of hospital personnel or some medical personnel with people watching her while she was on her period with no tampon, correct?
I would understand that to be true.
All right. And you're aware that she did cooperate and eventually give a blood sample as well, correct?
I'm not aware of a blood sample, but urine sample, yes.
She did give the urine sample.
Correct.
Right. Now, in your testimony yesterday,
Of what Karen Reed may have asked you about John surviving in the snow with light clothing. You remember those questions?
John surviving in the snow with light clothing. You remember those questions?
I remember asking about not having a jacket, correct?
Now, starting at the end of the day, when I cross-examined you yesterday, I asked you about that topic, and I said to you, you mentioned something about hypothermia, that you assumed you may have been dealing with a hypothermia situation, and your answer was, well, she said that he had been out in the snow without a jacket for many hours, correct?
Correct.
But before I cross-examined you at the end of the day yesterday, you previously testified 3 times about this topic, correct?
I believe it would be the grand jury and the previous trial.
Right, and direct examination when Mr. Brennan was asking you questions before I stood up, correct?
Okay, yes.
Let's start with the first time you testified about this topic back in 2022. That was, again, less than 3 months after you had a conversation with Ms. Reed at the scene on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Her statements and questions to you at the scene were fresh in your mind in April of 2022, correct?
Correct.
In April of 2022, before the grand jury, Mr. Lally asked you, quote, what, if any, questions did she ask you regarding hypothermia? Do you remember that question?
I do.
Your answer was, she was just wondering if he could have survived outside in the cold even though he didn't have a jacket on. Do you remember giving that answer?
I do.
Nowhere in that answer, in 2022, less than 3 months after these events, do you attribute the words, quote, many hours, end quote, in the snow to Ms. Reed, correct?
Yes, I was not.
I'm not asking for an explanation, sir. I'm asking for an answer.
All right, so he was answering you, Mr. Yannetti.
My question called for a yes or no answer. Nowhere in your answer in 2022 do you attribute the words many hours in the snow to Ms. Reed, yes or no?
No, I did not say that at that point.
Nowhere in your answer in 2022 do you testify that Ms. Reed told you he had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
She did.
Sir, I'm asking you about your testimony.
I object.
So let him answer the question.
Let me ask it again. Nowhere in your answer in 2022 did you testify that Ms. Reed told you he had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
In 2022, I testified that I was just told to be brief and give generalizations. She quantified many hours in the snow when we were back at the ambulance.
Let me try this again,
So,
sir.
Mr. Yannetti, you're just saying 2022. Get to a date
Of course,
and a
yes.
place.
April of 2022, okay, before the grand jury. My question again, and I'm still seeking a yes or no answer from you, okay? Nowhere in your answer in April of 2022, before the grand jury, did you testify under oath that Ms. Reed told you that John had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
Not in 2022 of April, no.
Okay. The next time you testified under oath was last year in 2024, correct?
Correct.
During that testimony, Mr. Lally asked you, oh, by the way, so 2022 is no mention of many hours, right?
I did not, and I was told to be brief on the grand jury stand.
But again, no mention of
Right.
many hours in 2022. Okay. Now, 2024, last year, Mr. Lally asked you, so Firefighter Whitley, at some point, specific to your conversations with the defendant, Ms. Reed, Can you describe sort of her demeanor or any observations you made in relation to that as you were speaking with her? And your answer was yes. She was very upset. She kept asking if there was any chance. She kept asking us if we knew if the person ambulance 1 had transported was alive or dead, and we could not speak to that. She asked if somebody could be alive in the snow without a jacket for many hours, correct?
Correct.
So 2022, there was no mention of many hours. 2024, over time, now that's the first time that you mention the words many hours in your testimony regarding this case, correct?
Correct.
All right. And when you testified last year, you testified still that she was asking you a question about surviving in the snow, correct?
Correct.
So then we come to yesterday on direct examination. Do you recall that Mr. Brennan yesterday asked you, before you left, were you having any conversations with the defendant, and you answered yes? You recall that yesterday?
Is that at the hospital?
I'm asking you yesterday, do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you, before you left essentially the scene, were you having any conversations with the defendant, and your answer was yes?
You're talking about Lee, I'm just trying to make sure we're talking about the same instance. Are we talking about when we left the hospital or when we left Fairview Road?
When you were at Fairview Road, leaving Fairview Road. We're talking about the same subject of what Ms. Reed supposedly told you or asked you. Okay? Mr. Brennan went into that with you.
So on the way to, you're talking on the way to the hospital in terms of left. When we left.
Well, before you left. He meant before you left the scene.
Okay, no, I'm just trying to clarify.
Again, the same conversation, Mr. Whitley. I'm not
So,
trying to trick you.
Mr. Yannetti, he just asked for a point of reference. It's clear. Now go.
Understood. And Mr. Brennan said, can you share with the jury what those conversations were about? And your answer was, so we were talking, she was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, even sitting outside in the snow without any coat for many hours. Do you recall that answer that you gave yesterday on direct examination?
Yes.
And that was the first time that you mentioned that she said, supposedly, or asked supposedly, about him sitting outside in the snow, correct?
I was just using phrases generally speaking. I wasn't at that point I was paraphrasing. I was not speaking verbatim to what she said.
Let's try that again. That was the first time that you mentioned that she claimed or asked that he was sitting outside, correct?
It could have been sitting, laying, being.
Let's try it a third time.
So just ask the question, not let's try it.
Sure.
Let's try it.
Was that the first time that you testified under oath that Ms. Reed said or asked about him sitting outside?
Are you asking me to clarify whether she used the word sitting?
I'm not asking you to clarify anything. I'm asking you.
This is what I'm talking about, babe.
That was the first time yesterday during direct examination that you mentioned that she asked about him sitting outside.
The one on the left, the short one.
I'm sorry. I am very confused because I'm trying to figure out if he was being outside, sitting outside.
I'm asking you about Ms. Reed's statements, sir. That's all I've been asking you about. Her statements to you and your testimony about her statements to you. Was yesterday on direct examination the first time that you testified under oath that Ms. Reed mentions the words sitting outside?
I don't know.
All right.
I'm just using, she might have said laying outside, being outside, outside.
Okay, so when you testified yesterday before this jury,
yes,
that she mentioned the words sitting outside, you're now saying
yes,
that might not
Violet,
have
that's
been
it.
accurate,
Thank you,
correct?
babe.
It could have been a different word.
Okay, but you didn't say it could have been a different word yesterday. You just left it as sitting outside, correct?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I said, sitting.
All right, so now we get from, the grand jury with no many hours mentioned to questions about many hours to sitting outside to let's talk about what you said on cross-examination.
I object.
Okay, the objection sustained.
Sure.
What are we object
On
for Pete's sake?
cross-examination, your words were, she said he had been out in the snow without a jacket on for many hours, correct?
She had asked if he had been outside, if there was any chance he could be alive, even though he was outside without a jacket for many hours.
So it always was a question, correct?
It was a question.
She never said what you said on cross-examination yesterday, which was she said that he had been out in the snow without a jacket on for many hours. That was not a declarative statement by Ms. Reed, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Was that a declarative statement by Ms. Reed?
Do you know what a declarative
She asked
statement is?
if he could be alive without a jacket in the snow for many hours.
So, again, it was a question, sir.
The
She
answer
asked
is yes.
And we were just trying to give
Oh,
her hope
Jesus.
in terms of telling stories of hypothermic patients that could
Oh
survive
my
outside.
God.
Okay, is there any redirect?
Briefly.
Okay.
When you were called to the grand jury, was the testimony as in-depth and as long as it is in front of this jury?
No, not even close.
When you're recounting your memories of what happened, do you memorize word for word what you've said in the past?
Objection.
As to that form, it's sustained.
When you're recounting the past, do you record your statements personally?
Objection.
I'm going to let that one. Do you record your statements?
No.
Next question.
When you testified in the grand jury, page 90, line 15, and you said the defendant told you, "I'm upset if he dies, I want to die." And then you later testify last year, and you said, "If my husband dies, I want to die." Do you notice the little differences between those phrases?
I do.
Is that you making up words?
No.
Is that you trying to help a case?
Objection.
As to form, that's sustained.
Are you inventing facts?
No.
Sir, when you were recounting what happened that
embellishing?
day, are you using your best memory?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were asked by the defendant about how long, or someone out in the snow without a jacket for many hours, do you remember that conversation with her?
I do.
Where were you during that conversation?
We were in the back of the ambulance.
Do you remember it distinctly?
I remember it distinctly. She was looking at me.
When you tried to give her hope and comfort, and you told her stories about other situations where people, maybe children, have fallen through the ice and had hypothermia, did you have that conversation with her in trying to comfort her?
I did.
Do you remember that conversation?
I do.
Did you necessarily share those conversations with the grand jury?
I don't recall if I did or I didn't.
Did you ever write that in your report?
No.
Is that something you typically put everything in your report?
No, we do not write. But generally, we only write patient complaint, what happened, and what they did, not their opinions or anything like that to what's going on.
Do you have any interest in the outcome of this case?
I do not.
How long have you been a firefighter for?
Since March of 2006, and an EMT since November of 2002.
Over 20 years.
Correct.
You said that you live near Kerry Roberts?
I do.
You've been to a block party for the kids where you've brought the fire engine down?
I do.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
When you're at that block party, do you ever step out and have secret meetings with Kerry Roberts trying to corroborate some conspiracy on their behalf?
No.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
Put your career on the line?
Objection.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Any follow-up, Mr. Yannetti?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Firefighter Whitley, you are all set.
Thank you.
Like to play clip 5, Your Honor?
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
Okay.
Good morning, you guys. How's everybody this morning? Just joining us. Oh boy, this is a mess already. 5 seconds into this testimony, and already there's shenanigans. Already Bev is on some BS for no reason. You really do need Noodle. This real life situation, getting in interrupting the trial and interfering in trial time. I'm not a big fan. Hey, Carol, good to see you, babe. Hey, Sissy's mom, Jen. Hey, J. Rose.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, you can speak.
Good morning.
You just scooch in close to the microphone. Thanks.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jean DeMoulis. I am the general manager at CF McCarthy's in Canton.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, if you would, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
You said you're the general manager at CF McCarthy's?
In Canton, yes.
In Canton. How long have you been the general manager at CF McCarthy's in Canton for?
For 6 years.
Can you briefly describe for the jury what CF McCarthy's is?
It is a restaurant and bar.
At CF McCarthy's, is there a video surveillance system inside?
Yes.
Who owns that video surveillance system?
CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with the video system?
Yes.
Have you ever looked at it before?
Yes.
Do you employ people to help the establishment with the video system?
No.
You maintain it on your own?
Yes.
At some point were you visited by somebody from the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Were you asked whether or not they could view some of your video surveillance?
Yes.
Do you remember the date? Not the date they came to visit you, the date that they were looking for.
I believe it was January 28th, 27th, 28th of 2022.
Around that time?
Yes.
Did you allow access to the video system?
Yes.
Did you oversee that access to the video system?
Yes.
Was it a state police officer?
It was two state police detectives.
Do you remember their names?
I remember one of the detectives' names. I do not remember the other detective.
The one you remember, could you share the name?
It was Detective Buchnick, Yuri.
Detective Yuri Buchnick.
Yes.
At some point, was he allowed to download information from the surveillance system?
Yes.
Did you watch him do that?
Yes, I did.
At some point, have you been able to briefly look at some of that download?
Yes.
And does it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the surveillance or the area of your bar?
Yes.
Move to introduce
Okay, there's no objection, Ms. Giannetti?
There is no objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 18, so marked.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I play just a small portion?
Sure.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to show you just some random shots from this video, but I want to know if you recognize it. Is this the inside of CF McCarthy's?
Yes.
I'm not asking if you have any particular knowledge or information about that night.
Looks like,
I want to know
yes.
if you- Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what CF McCarthy's looks like?
Yes.
Has there been any substantive, significant changes to the inside of that establishment
No.
since this video was taken?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay.
I have no questions.
All right, Mr. Lewis, you're all set.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Stepping down.
You're all set, Counsel.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Bridget Meehan.
Good morning. Good morning. Phone, please. Stepping up, please. Raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Good morning. Good morning.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Bridget Meehan.
Where do you work?
I work at the Waterfall Bar and Grill in Canton.
The name maybe tells us a little bit about it, but could you just share a couple lines of what the Waterfall Bar and Grill is?
It's a small family-owned business in Canton. It's in a mixed condo complex.
Are you involved in the ownership of it?
Yes.
How long have you been involved with the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
We've been there approximately 10 years.
Do you help run the establishment?
Yes, I do.
And you were running the establishment back on January 28, 2022? Yes. At some point, were you asked or visited to see if your establishment had video surveillance of the inside?
I was.
Does your establishment have video surveillance of the inside?
It does.
Do you have a camera and a server?
Do I have? Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you provide video surveillance to the Massachusetts State Police from that night, January 28, 2022?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'd like to move this in as an exhibit, please.
Okay. Ms. Giannetti?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibit 22.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to show you just a brief clip. Okay, stop, please. Do you see that video?
I do.
Does that depict the inside of McCarthy's?
No.
I'm sorry, the Waterfall?
Yes.
I'm trying to switch establishments on you. Back on January 28, 2022, does that look the way it looked then?
Yes.
Has there been any significant changes inside since then?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
No questions.
All right, Ms. Meehan, you're
Thank you.
all set.
And I'll just step coming down.
Is my camera on here?
All right, your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Commonwealth calls Mike Camerano.
Come on, can you follow me, please? So let's just step on up. Face the front, raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Get to stand.
Good morning.
May I?
Please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, good morning. My name is Michael Camerano.
Mr. Camerano, can I ask how old you are? I'm sorry.
Spell your last name.
Camerano.
And so if you could either move the microphone down a little bit or speak up, or maybe a combination of both, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask you how old you are?
48,
Where do you live?
Canton, Mass.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
Me and my wife have lived there for 20 years. Me and my wife have lived there for 20 years. We have 2 children.
How old are your children, sir?
My daughter is 17. My son is 14.
Did you know John O'Keefe?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I met John for the first time at his sister's they had a benefit for his sister in 2013. I met John there for the first time. And then years later, our kids got involved with sports together, and they became very close. As they became close, I became very close with John and his family.
Was your daughter close with John's niece?
Yes.
Was your son close with?
Yes.
Did you spend a lot of time together through sports and socially?
Yes, we did.
I want to take you forward to January 28th of 2022.
Okay.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Had you, without any discussion of what might have been said, did you have any discussions with John that day?
Yes.
Did you have a plan?
Yes, we were communicating.
At some point, did you decide that you were going to spend some time or go meet John?
Yes. That Friday, my daughter and his daughter, they got acceptance letters to school. So we wanted to get them together so they could enjoy the time together. And, just go over like how it would be so much fun, something new, different. Yeah, so we were going to meet up after I got out of work.
Was your daughter planning to go to a new school?
Yes.
Where?
Bishop Fan.
And how about his niece?
Same.
They both got accepted to the same school?
They both got accepted to the same school.
Was it a celebratory move?
Yes.
Did you have a plan to bring the children together so they could celebrate?
Yes, we did.
And then separately you were going to meet John and celebrate?
Correct.
Okay. Where did you drop your daughter off?
I dropped my daughter off at John. I went into John's. I was at the house with John and the girls, and we had a little celebration. Talked about how nice it's going to be, fun, change, different, meet new people.
And you celebrated at John's house before you went out?
Correct.
After the celebration with your children, did you and John leave?
Yes.
During that celebration, was there anybody there other than you, John, and your 2 daughters?
No. No. Karen was not there.
Was there anybody else there?
No, just the 2 girls, myself and John.
What was the weather like that night?
It was cold. It was not snowing yet.
Was there an expectation for
Yes,
the
there's
next
an
morning?
expectation. Yes.
And what was that?
That there was going to be a big snowstorm coming in.
A storm was coming?
Yes.
When you left, did you leave in a separate car than John, or did you leave together?
No, we left together. John got in my car, and we were leaving. We were going to leave.
Where were the girls?
The girls were in the house, stayed in the house.
They were staying at John's house?
Yes, correct.
Where did you go?
We went to CF McCarthy's.
When you got there, did you know anybody who was there other than you and John?
At that time, no.
Did you spend time at CF McCarthy's?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Was John drinking?
Yes.
Alcohol?
Yes.
How long were you there for?
A couple hours.
While you were there, did anybody come and meet you that you knew?
Yes.
Who?
A friend. And then Karen came in.
Okay. The friend?
Yes.
What was the friend's name?
Kurt.
And then How long after you first got there was it that the defendant arrived?
I would like to say within an hour, so not 100% sure.
You said back home it was a celebratory mood. Was it still a celebratory mood at McCarthy's?
Yes.
And when the defendant arrived, did she spend time with you and John?
I've talked briefly to her, and her and John were mostly talking.
Okay. You didn't see any issues?
No.
Okay. It was a normal night?
Seemed to be, yes.
As far as you could see?
Yes.
And you saw John drinking?
Yes.
Did you see the defendant drinking?
I saw her with a glass, yes.
Okay. Did you leave at the same time that John left?
No, I did not.
When you left, was John still at the establishment?
Yes.
When you left, was the defendant still with him?
Yes.
Why did you leave?
I left because I got a phone call. My son was playing hockey in a backyard, and he got hit with a stick and lost his tooth.
Oh. Where did you go?
I went to my son's friend's house.
Do you know about what time that was when you went to see your son?
I would like to say 9:30, in between 9:30 and 10.
You didn't go back to McCarthy's that night, did you?
No, I did not.
After you helped your son, where did you go next?
I went to pick up my daughter, Madeline.
Did you go
at John's house?
Did you go in John's house?
No, I did not.
When you got to John's house, did your daughter come out?
No. We went to the side door
Okay.
and rang the doorbell.
And then what happened?
And then my daughter came to the door.
Where'd you go?
From there, we left and went home.
When you went home, had the weather changed at all?
It was cool. It might have been flurrying at that time.
No accumulation?
No.
You got home?
Yes.
Did you do anything significant when you got home?
Put the kids to bed, my son, and no, I went to bed.
What's the next thing you remember happening?
Waking up to, I missed some phone calls.
Who were the missed phone calls from?
From my wife and Karen.
What did you do?
I called my wife.
After speaking to your wife, what did you do?
I got in my car and drove to John's house.
About what time was this?
In between maybe 5 and 6 a.m.
Okay. What was your mood at that point?
I was panicked.
Why did you go to John's house?
Because I went to get Kaylee.
Did you know if she was alone?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get to John's house?
Maybe 5-7 minutes.
When you get to John's house, what do you see?
I pull in the driveway. I see that the garage door is open. I go in through the garage door. I don't know if Kaylee was standing there, if the door, she came out the door, and I asked her, if she needed anything, she could get in my car and stay warm.
When you first saw Kaylee, what did she look like?
She looked distraught.
Did you try to help her?
Well, I think I just said everything will be okay.
Did she come with you?
Yes.
Where are you going?
To my house.
So what happens?
So we go to my house, and my daughter's up, and the two girls they were hanging downstairs, just hanging out, just being kids. And then, I don't know, a couple hours later, maybe, Paul called me and asked me to bring Kaylee home.
Did you know anything at that point?
I did, yes.
You did or didn't?
At that point, I did when Paul had told me.
So what do you do?
Asked Madeline and Kaylee if I'd say, Melanie, we come for the ride. I don't say anything to Kaylee, and we get in the car, and I start heading back to John's house.
And you didn't say anything to Kaylee?
No, I didn't. I just said everything will be all right. She had a feeling.
Why do you say that?
She didn't want to go home.
So what happens next?
So I pull in the driveway, and I remember Paul and Papa standing. I think they were standing at the side door, and we just embraced.
Did you stay?
No, not long. No.
Did you go back?
I was to the house. I went back to my house.
Did you go back to John's house?
I did the next day. Yes, I was there.
When you went back, were there people there?
Yes.
Many?
There was people coming and going.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning, Mr. Camerano.
Good morning.
This is quite painful for you to remember the events of January 28th, is it not?
Yes.
You were very close with your friend John O'Keefe, correct?
I was close with him, yes.
And you actually met Karen Reed through John, correct?
Correct.
After meeting Karen, you spent a good amount of time with both Karen and John, correct?
Correct.
As of January 28th of 2022, you had known Karen for maybe about a year or so?
Sounds correct.
And you'd see them especially on Fridays, correct?
Correct.
That would be sort of the day that you get together with both of them often?
Yes.
And of course, your children spent a lot of time with John and Karen, right?
Correct.
You entrusted both Karen and John with your kids.
Yes.
Sometimes your kids would even go on vacation with Karen and John, right?
They did go to the Cape, yes.
Sometimes you'd see Karen without John at your house or on a ball field.
Correct.
And your daughter in particular would sometimes spend time with just Karen without John, correct?
Correct.
Your daughter would sometimes go over to Karen's house in Mansfield when she lived there, correct?
Correct.
And obviously when your daughter would go to Karen's house in Mansfield, Karen would be the one in charge of caring for her, correct?
Correct.
And you were fine with that because you liked and you trusted Karen, right?
Correct.
And in your view, Karen was very good with kids, right?
Correct.
But you also had the opportunity to see Karen and John together, right?
Yes.
You saw how they interacted with each other over that year period that you knew Karen?
Yes.
You saw how they got along?
Yes.
And you never observed any arguments or bickering, correct?
I mean, they argued and bickered.
You had previously testified that you wouldn't even call it arguing, you just call it banter, right?
Yes, I mean, he would, I mean, no, he would get upset or like over if she bought expensive things for the kids.
Right.
Yes.
We will get to that. That would be the one thing that John would complain about, Karen buying like very nice things for his niece and nephew, right?
Correct.
Or he'd complain if Karen was taking his niece and other girls to get their nails done, like extravagances like that.
Correct.
And one specific memory you have is when Karen bought his niece a very expensive sweater, right?
Correct.
And you recall John telling you that he wished that she hadn't done that because he considered that to be spoiling the girl, correct?
Yes.
But it was very clear to you from your observations that Karen really, really liked John. I'm sorry, John really, really liked Karen, right?
Sustained.
He certainly never told you or even suggested he was thinking about or planning to break up with Karen, right?
No.
Okay, so with regard to that Friday night, January 28th, sir, the plan was for you and John to go to McCarthy's to have some drinks because there was a storm coming in, correct? And because of the celebration of the girls getting into Bishop Fen?
Well, yeah, we were going out. It wasn't a continuation of the celebration of the girls. We were going out to have a few beers as guys.
Okay. And when you were leaving the house, John asked you to move your car, right?
Correct.
Where was your car when John asked you to move it that night?
I backed up my car. We were leaving the driveway, and John asked me to stop so he could move his car.
I see. And he wanted you to move your car because of the storm coming in, and he wanted Karen to be able to pull her car into the garage, right?
Correct.
And that was really thoughtful of him, wasn't it?
Yes, extremely.
And it showed you that he was being chivalrous toward Karen that night, right?
Yes.
He didn't want Karen to be out in the heavy snow later when she returned to his house during the expected blizzard, right?
Yes.
Sustained.
You took from that there was an expectation that Karen would be coming back to his house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had no inkling that day that anything was wrong between Karen and John, correct?
No.
Everything seemed fine between the two of them, right?
Yes, he did mention though that night that he didn't understand why Karen had a plumber go to the house.
Because he had somebody that could have done that work instead of paying for the plumber, right?
Well, yes.
Okay. But in any case, the plan was for Karen to meet up with the two of you, right?
Yes.
And she did show up to McCarthy's at about 8:30 p.m. or so?
Yes, I guess, if that's the time.
And you saw an affectionate...
I'm sorry, what was the answer that you said?
If that was the time, I'm not sure about the timeline.
Okay. It was sometime after you'd gotten there. Right.
Correct.
But you do remember when Karen arrived, there was an affectionate greeting between John and Karen, right?
Yes.
You saw them kiss, right?
Yes.
You saw John put his arm around Karen?
Correct.
And you saw that Karen sort of nestled into his embrace?
Correct.
And when she did that, that's when he kissed her, correct?
Yes.
And they seemed happy to see each other, did they not?
They did.
That night they were affectionate?
Yes.
Laughing?
Yes.
Happy?
Yes.
Like a normal couple?
Yes.
No arguments?
No.
You witnessed no bickering, no tension, correct?
No.
And during the month before John's passing, that January of 2022, you observed their relationship in your presence to be normal, caring, and affectionate, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
You were asked a number of questions about the relationship between John and Karen that night. Do you know what was going on behind closed doors other than what you saw?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
Do you know whether or not they texted each other that day?
No, that day, no.
Do you know whether or not there was any arguments that day?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Not to my... No, I don't know if they were... Well, I don't know if they were arguing over the plumber situation.
Do you know if there's any vulgarities that day?
No.
Do you know if there's any vulgarities that night?
No, not to my knowledge.
Do you know whether or not John was trying to end the relationship with Miss Reed?
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
No.
Next question.
Do you know if there was any jealousy in that relationship?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I mean, I mean, Karen wouldn't let, I mean, they did everything together, a lot of things together. And I thought at times, yeah, you could see, you know, she didn't want other women around John. I don't know, not at that, but.
Thank you.
Any follow-up? All right, Mr. Camerano, you're all set, sir.
Thank you.
So I'll just start coming down, please.
I'll see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Oh, for the love of Pete, Judge Bev, what are we having a sidebar for? It's nothing to do with sidebar over. My goodness. I mean, it's 10 o'clock there, so maybe it's going to be a break time. Oh, my goodness. Also, okay, so I was watching the stuff we missed from yesterday afternoon, okay, to catch up. And I was reading the comments. And when Mrs. O'Keefe took the stand, in the comment section under the video from Law and Crime, people were saying that Karen and her mother, while Mrs. Reed was on the stand, were making faces, rolling eyes. And so now I think Law and Crime is like, wait a minute, back the milk truck up. We finna split the screen. I find it difficult to believe that her mom and her would be making faces like that because I'm sure that they were warned that they're on camera, they're going to be watched, you know, like it's inappropriate, be careful. I find that hard to believe that they were making those kind of faces. And for the most part, like, what are they doing in the, look at the girl in the back in the white. She's making a stank face and nobody's even sitting there. So who's she even looking at? That might just be her face. Do you know what I mean? Like, people have RBF. It's a real thing. I have RBF and I don't even mean to. We're at a sidebar. We're looking at the light. Where's the fan? Get to the fan. We need to see the fan. That's not the right fan. Get to the other fan. What? I think the camera person sometimes gets bored like we do with these sidebars. But I also like how all of the people in the gallery at one point or another are either passing around mints or gum. I appreciate fresh breath. Yeah, Rachel, see, it's like people, you know, people have RBF. It is what it is. I wonder if people who have RBF, if because of the RBF, if they need, when they are older, if they need less or more Botox. Because I feel like if you're just sitting there with your face just blank, because usually that is what RBF is. It's a blank face. I wonder if people who have that affliction have less wrinkles because their face is always resting and not really making a face, actually. You know what I mean? I'm curious about that. All right, here we go. We're going to take a break. Usually that's what that sidebar at specific times means.
May I?
Please.
Oh, finally.
Recall Nick Garino.
Okay.
Why are we recalling Nick Garino? What's going on? I need Botox for my forehead, just a sidebar. Who's trying to take Neat's wrench? Neat has a permanent wrench. The only way that she would ever be unwrenched, de-wrenched, wrenchless would be if she asked me to remove it. And even then I might say, no, you don't got to use it, but you can't give it back. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Parliament, please.
Sure, you can have a seat. I'll remind you you're still in your room.
Or stand, however you're most comfortable today. Just do whatever you need to do, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone.
Sir, yesterday we talked about downloading phones and making what you called extractions.
Yes.
And from that data, you could create different types of reports.
So have Detective Guarino say his name again, please.
I'm sorry. Again, for the record, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Nicholas Guarino, Guarino.
Thank you.
Sir, you mentioned yesterday that you downloaded a number of phones, or you were involved in the process of downloading a number of phones.
That's correct.
You explained to us that after you have the data analyzed, you can pinpoint certain items that you may want to put in a document.
Yes, so the extractions into a program of our choosing, Cellbrite is the most commonly used, and then we can take call logs or text messages, any information that the investigator is looking for.
When you downloaded Mr. O'Keefe's phone and you downloaded the defendant's phone, did you try to create, or did you create a report through Cellbrite, the software, that would show you all of Mr. O'Keefe's call logs?
Yes, I did.
And when I use the term call logs, what does that mean?
The call logs are the calls that the phone receives.
How do you create a report from Cellbrite? Can you just walk us through that process briefly?
Yep, so in the program you can go in and select the calls from it and export it into different formats, PDF, XML, HTML, or you can create a portable case and extract them all as a portable case that we would see on my computer.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a document of Mr. O'Keefe's call logs. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is the call logs. Just want to make sure it's between John O'Keefe and the defendant from, just want to see the dates, the 28th, January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Would this contain all the phone calls from his phone data for the calls between those two parties that night?
Yes, that's what I created.
Thank you. I'd like to move this as an exhibit, please.
Okay. So,
If I could, Your Honor, just want to compare to make sure we got the same.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Content.
Okay.
No objection.
Hey, Wolfie, what's going on? Long time no see, babe. It's good to see you.
You captured all of the phone calls between two parties on that last document. Can you also do that with chats?
Yes, that is true.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you create a document of chats between the phones of the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe for after midnight, for the evening hours of January 29, 2002?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm good.
You recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what that is?
These are the texts from the defendant to John O'Keefe. Yes.
For January 29, 2022?
Yes, that's correct. So I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'd move this as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 24.
Did you identify or specify chat messages between John O'Keefe and a person named Jen McCabe?
Yes, I did.
Did you create a Cellbrite report?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we have just a brief moment, please?
It's sidebar?
No.
Just the two of them?
Compare to what we have.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're welcome.
Sir, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize it?
Yes. This is the text messages between John O'Keefe and Jen McCabe on January 29th, 2022.
And this is through a search of Cellbrite where you match their data to pull up all of their conversations?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay. I'd move to introduce this, please, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
25.
Similarly to the chats, did you do the same with calls between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a document, sir. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the call log between John O'Keefe and Jen McCabe for, just want to make sure I have all the dates correct, just for January 29th, 2022.
I think good evidence, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 26.
Did you do a file extraction and a report on all chats between the phones of John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you a document. Do you recognize that document? Handing you a document.
Yes, this is the text messages. Text messages between. Yes, this is the text messages. Text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant from January 28th to January 29th, 2022.
Do I move this into evidence?
Okay. Mr. Alessi?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
27.
Did you have an opportunity to make a report from some of the data from the defendant's phone from January 29, 2022?
What are you referring? I did make some reports from the defendant's phone.
What's a call log report?
Again, the call log report is the calls that the party makes to another phone. So it's going to show everyone they've called or attempted to call.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this document. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury what it is?
It's the call log from the defendant's phone for January 29th, 2022. It looks like everyone she called.
Introduce this as an exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 28.
What we just introduced into evidence is the entire call log of calls to anybody and everybody to and from for that period of time.
Yes.
That's fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
And then can you further isolate calls between just two parties?
Yes, you can. You can search by phone number or name.
And did you do that with the defendant's records for some parties?
Yes, I did.
Did you isolate phone calls between the defendant and Ms. McCabe for the evening of January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Guys, take a look at this document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the phone calls from the defendant and Jennifer McCabe, January 29, 2022.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Exhibit 29.
Did you isolate calls between the defendant and Ms. Roberts for the night of January 29, 22?
Yes, I did.
Can I see the last exhibit, please? Thank you, sir. I asked you to take a look at that document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Could you share with the jury what it is?
Yep. It's the call logs between the defendant and Carrie Roberts for January 29th, 2022. Yes.
And that's a report you created?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I listen to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Exhibit 30.
Did you have an opportunity to isolate and produce a report for all chats between the defendant and Ms. Roberts for the night of January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury what that is?
This is text messages between the defendant and Carrie Roberts on January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. I would move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Jurors, this is the way we have to put evidence in cases in Massachusetts, okay?
Exhibit 31.
Sir, do you have an opportunity to identify a text message or a chat between the defendant and a person by the name of Ingrid on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you look at this document, do you recognize it?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, this is a text conversation between the defendant and looks like a group chat between Ingrid Curtis and Bill Curtis.
Did you make that report?
Yes, and this is on January 29, 2022.
Thank you. And move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 32.
If this is a good time, if Your Honor would permit.
Okay. Jurors, what we're going to do is we will take our morning recess now, and we'll take 20 minutes to a half an hour. We'll see you then.
I love how Bev's just so casual about the breaks. We're going to take 20 minutes to half an hour. You know, we'll be back when we're back. I mean, let's see. Yay for the fan. Court is on a short break. Now, listen, this is my issue with these words and the descriptive words. Okay. And oh. Huh. I like this new feature. So, a short break is relative, okay? To me, 20 or 30 minutes is not a short break. It is if you're at work. But when you're sitting around waiting for the testimony, it is too long. And I need them to go back over to the light that we looked at yesterday because I need to see if anybody has taken my advice and dusted that fan, that light fixture. But I do want to talk really quickly about Stephen Stearns. All right. So the judge has not issued a written order regarding the phone and the evidence contained on it. Okay. And let me hold on a minute. Oh my goodness. I don't even know how I've been seeing. No wonder my video editing skills are not up to snuff. My glasses are filthy. All right. Anywho. Still not right. He's not issued a written order yet. So we do not know the status of whether or not they're going to let any of that evidence that was recovered from the phone in. So we don't know that yet. What we do know is that Stephen Stearns' trial is not going to be on the in May. It will be, hold on a second. It will be right here. Let me just pull it up. It's going to be in July, but I just want to get you the right date. All right. Oh my God. Let me get the right thing. Okay. Excuse excuse me just briefly while I. The trial is scheduled for July 14th, 2025. Let's see. Oh, hold on a minute. Let me read this really quick. Let me just read this really quick. Give me just a second, you guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's been moved because they can't try it within. Ooh, what's this? These are this is the evidence that they entered. The pre-trial is set for July 2nd. So, you know, it is a bummer because it's taking a long time to get there. But I have to say, there will be justice in this case. And because the charges are so serious, because what was done to Maddie is so egregious and disgusting, I appreciate the fact that the court is taking its time in dotting all of the I's, crossing all of the T's, okay? Because we definitely don't want there to have been a mistake in the very beginning that, should he be convicted, earns him a retrial, okay? Retrials are hard to get, but when the mistakes are egregious enough, it's almost guaranteed. You know what I mean? Even though the burden, it shifts to the defense, if the mistake is egregious enough, and it might not get a retrial like immediately from the lower appellate courts, but when it's appealed to the higher appellate court, then it can result in a retrial. And I'd rather have it done right the first time, is my point. Okay. So Violet asks about Lori's next trial, and I was going to answer Violet, but Sissy's mom's got it. Jen's got it. May 30th is the jury selection. June 6th is the opening statements. And what she is on trial for next is she's charged with attempted murder, conspiracy to attempted murder in the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. So that's what she's going to be. That's what she's charged with, and that's what she's on trial for. Now, what I am curious about, and I'm going to have to do some digging around. What I'd like to see is who's on that witness list, because I think that Melanie P., formerly Melanie B., should definitely be a witness. I think she should be more than a witness. If you want my complete honest opinion, I think Melanie P., formerly Melanie B., should be a co-defendant. I think she was very much a part of that. I think she knew exactly what was going on, and it is what it is. Tosh, can we do a private stream where we drink or whatever and crack jokes on Stearns? We might could do something like that. Maybe a members only or something. We don't have to. I just Stephen Stearns. I understand why his lawyers are doing what they're doing. Okay, I get it. Do I like it? I mean, it's part of the process. They have to take a shot. The evidence that was used to get to in this situation, which is what got the charges of him, how he got these charges in the first place, came from that phone. So I understand the need on the defense's part to try to get that evidence suppressed. We don't have, there's no pretrial hearing coming up anytime soon. Oh, you're at camp? Oh, I see. Okay. I got what you're saying now, Jen. But yeah, I feel like, they got to do what they got to do. I'm not all that shocked or anything. Like, I'm annoyed just because it's him and he's so whiny, and even when he's being asked questions yesterday, which is the first time we've heard from him other than the phone calls. Oh, sorry, you guys. I'm sorry. Other than the phone calls and the interrogation video and audio, the different interviews, he's still just so. It's a Samsung. Yeah, it's a Samsung phone. You know who he reminds me of? Stephen McDaniel. And then when he said, when the news reporter said that they found a body, and he goes, body? And now, I want you guys to picture, okay, if you know Stephen McDaniel, you'll just know what I'm talking about. Like Stephen McDaniel, when he's being interviewed by that reporter in the first place, okay, he's pretty pale, just generally speaking. Like that is his natural hue, if you will, okay? But when that reporter mentions that they found a body, I didn't even think it was possible, and I'm not even sure how this was accomplished, but he became even more pale. And, it's Stephen Stern's first trial is July 14th. So for whatever reason, all of the sudden on my, like shorts and just in my home feed, a lot of stuff about Stephen McDaniel's coming up, so it's as suggested. So I click it because I'm going to click it. These are moments from cases that just live rent free in my head. So because I have been seeing that, it has prompted me to sort of want to do a video about what had happened, right? And then where is he now? What's going on with Stephen now? So be looking out for that, and that'll go on the new channel. And I want you guys to know that I try not to interrupt the court too much. And so in order for me to be able to, I have literally very little ability to, what's the word I'm looking for? Starts with an R. It's on the tip of my tongue. Hold back. I'll just leave it I'll just say hold back because I can't think of the word right now. But restraint. I'm not good at restraint. When somebody says something that I just find to be ridiculous or whatever, or funny or anything, I have very little restraint when it comes to making a comment. So because I know myself, I'm not just sitting idly while we're covering this trial. I have been working on like videos that I want to do and put on the second channel. So just so you guys know, this isn't like one of these things that Bendy talks about, referring to myself in the third person. This isn't one of those things that I talk about in the future, and the future is like 7 years away. No, I'm working on it. So, yeah. I would also like to see Melanie Gibb and Melanie Boudreau. I'm real curious whether or not Arizona intends to call Melanie Gibb in this second trial. Although I don't know what she could possibly add. You know, the state in Idaho pretty much used Melanie Gibb because she was in the inner circle and she was able to talk about their belief system, the casting, stuff like that. Now, if you will recall, Melanie P., formerly Melanie B., in Idaho in Lori's trial, somehow they were under what is it called? A sequestration subpoena. Okay, which means that witnesses, one, are not allowed to be in the courtroom during the trial, unless they've already testified and been released from the subpoena. Okay, they're not allowed to talk to each other about their testimony, and they're also not allowed to watch anything about, like, because it was streamed. So they weren't allowed to either be in the courtroom or watch any of the court proceedings prior to their testimony. And they must have already testified and been released from said subpoena. Okay. Well, Melanie P. doesn't think the rules apply to her, and she watched. And then, because there's more, she also spoke to her husband, Ian P., about what she watched. And they were both not supposed to be talking about any of this, but they did. And it got Melanie P. from having to testify, but it almost got Ian P. from being allowed to testify. But you know, he said it was inadvertent. It was just brief. And when he realized what he was watching, he turned it off. So there you go. But yeah, I think that Judge Boyd, who presided over the trials, I think that he was much more patient with Melanie and Ian than I think Arizona would be. I think if they pulled that kind of shenanigan in Arizona, I think they would be in trouble. That's what I think. And I honestly think they should be in trouble. I still think they should be in trouble. So, you know, it is what it is. Also, I don't know if you guys saw this in the comment section, but I had typed this. I did wake up tired. I don't even know how that's possible. I slept great. Although when I woke up from my alarm going off, I guess it was too abrupt for me this morning. And when I went to like stretch, the way that I did it, I elbowed my poor husband in the ribs. And that was how he got woken up. And I still feel bad about that. But on the bottom line is I woke up tired. I'm not even sure how that's possible. And so I can tell you right now, it's pretty much guaranteed that I've got an all-day pass aboard the struggle bus. I know that's just how it's going to be. I like to forewarn everyone because it's inevitable. Like Thanos, I am inevitable. So yeah, that's what's going on, I guess. And this is the thing I'm curious about with these breaks too, also, while I'm thinking about it. When Judge Bev tells the jury, 20, 30-minute break, right? How is a juror supposed to know? What if there's, I think, 16 jurors. So what if 8 jurors are ready at 20 minutes? 2 jurors are ready at 25 minutes. 2 jurors are ready at 27 minutes. You know what I'm saying? And then the rest of the jury is ready at 30 minutes. What do you, come on, Judge Bev. And how is the person that's in charge of, managing the jury? How are they supposed to gauge when everybody is supposed to be back? It's just annoying. And I'm hungry too. Whew. And I don't really have anything to talk about that's worth anything. I want to see what because this is a scrolling thing. I do like how they talked about with Camerano on the stand, because I remember from him from last trial and thinking, I guess they're going into it now, which is the text messages and stuff. But I remember thinking, all these people, except for like the Alberts and stuff, they're all victims of circumstance. Like he's having to come to court simply because he texted and he's the one who invited John out that night. And how the whole reason they were even that they went out that night is because their daughters were both accepted into private school. Like it was a good night. There was a celebration. And it just, I don't know, it's just sad. It just reminds you of how quickly things can change, It's just sad. And I do think it's important that Camerano, testified that Karen and John were affectionate that night. And I think that, there's a difference between the law and how the law sees and defines things and how just on a regular everyday basis. And okay, I can be loving and affectionate to my husband even if I am mad at him. So I feel like I don't know that the behavior displayed that night is wholly indicative of the full picture that was going on between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, because I do think no couple is without their struggles. And they had some external factors happening on the relationship. So we shouldn't read too much into all of that. What is Queen of Hearts saying? Good to see you, by the way, babe. Oh, my tummy is growling. Can you hear it? The only thing that I can think of during these long breaks is that Judge Bev is adjusting those bangs. And I got to say this to you, Judge Bev, and this is just, one chick to another. Okay. This is not a criticism. This is just like helpful advice. Okay. You don't have that big of a face. And I think that the bangs actually weigh your face down and draw your face down optically. I think that you should grow those bangs out. And in the interim, try to instead of blow drying them forward with the curl, try to blow dry them back into the side.
All right.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
Could I see counsel for a minute regarding scheduling?
Oh, for Pete's sake. Why couldn't you see the counsel before the break? They were just on a 30-minute. What are you doing, Judge Bev? You have the... You see? This is why these trials like this last. for too long, last for 10 weeks, because we have this kind of shenanigan going on. You were at the sidebar before the break. Why didn't you discuss scheduling at that time? Judge Bev, what are you doing? You know, these jurors are having to take time out from their, you know, everyday lives to do this. And the worst part about it is they can't even vent because they're not allowed to talk about the case. So even if they're like not talking about the case, they're just talking about like, oh my God, we have to sit in that jury room forever waiting for court to start. And there's blah, 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 right? They can't even vent, not even to each other. They can't do it at all. So they just have to take their feelings and hold on to them for 10 weeks. I can't even hold on to my feelings for 10 minutes. Now, let me just be clear about that. Feelings like this, I don't really talk about sadness or my feelings being hurt, okay? I talk about frustration, anger, super comfortable talking about those feelings. Happy feelings, super happy, super, you know, that's not a big deal for me. It doesn't bother me, but sad feelings, hurt feelings, I'd be keeping those to myself. So I'm used to that. But I would need to vent. You know, and I could probably look past all of the breaks and everything like that if I thought that Judge Bev, let me, you know, give her the respect that she's due. She did go to, you know, she is a judge. If Judge Bev ruled fairly, if at every, you know, like almost every turn she will, when she has a fork in the road where she can show her bias or hide that bias, she shows it every dadgum time. Every time. Just a mess. It's just a mess.
The jury, please.
Yes, please bring in the jury for the love of Pete. And also for whatever 34 minus 19 is.
All rise for the court, please.
What is that, 15? For the 15 people who have yet to give me a thumbs up on the stream, what are you waiting for? It's free. I would be grateful for it. Come on. Also, Sissy's Sissy's mom, Jennifer, said that she would give out a membership if we get 30 likes. So you could get a membership.
Goes back in session and may be seated.
Oh, we're up to 23.
All right,
Come
Mr.
on,
Brown,
7
whenever
more.
you're ready.
Thank you,
You
Ron.
guys can do it. All right, here we go.
Good afternoon. Just a few more items I'd like you to recognize. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you an envelope. Do you know what's in that envelope?
Yes, the raw data extraction of John O'Keefe's cell phone.
Your Honor, ask it to be marked simply for identification, please.
Okay.
Exhibit A, identification.
Thank you.
Second folder.
Yes, the raw data extraction of Jen McCabe's cell phone that I created.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, ask it to be marked for identification as well.
All right.
Exhibit B for identification.
Thank you.
Trooper, you shared with us that you downloaded the extraction of the phones that you identified and you made reports based on specific identified features. For example, a conversation between two people.
Yes, so I didn't do the extraction of Jen's phone, but I made those reports with the PDFs from the data extraction.
Relative to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant's phones, you created a document that provided us the phone calls between them on January 29th?
Yes, that's correct.
And separately, you also provided a document that included all of the chats or text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant on January 29, 2022.
Yes. It also included the 28th.
Thank you.
Yes.
And in that compilation, did you put together or do you create or review a PowerPoint of those?
Yes, I did.
And what was the point of that?
Just to show the texts and calls in a chronological order, because that way you're not looking at two different documents trying to compare and contrast the calls to text messages when each is coming in.
And did you begin that PowerPoint presentation with a call at 2:16:10 on January 28, 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
And are there additional chats or text messages earlier that morning?
Yes, there's a handful starting around 9:45 a.m.
May I
Yes.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you a folder, sir. Could you take a look at it? Let us know if you recognize what's in it.
Yes. So this is the bulk of this is the PowerPoint calls and text messages, and at the beginning there's the messages from before 2:16 in the morning.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Exhibit 33.
For permission, I'd ask the witness to read the text messages from the morning hours, and then we begin the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have a hard copy of those for me?
It was provided. I'll see if we have another copy if you don't have it.
All right, I have, it's in here, the pre-morning hours, the ones that we discussed at Sidebar. If you don't have them,
The defense has a copy for you, Your Honor.
thank you.
That- I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Little.
Okay, thank you.
May we begin, Your Honor?
Please.
Could you first read the text messages from that morning to the jury?
Yes. Apologize if I misspell things or state things. Start time, all right. It's a little different than the format I had before. All right, this is from Karen Reed to John O'Keefe. You have really hurt me this time. This was sent at 9:49:20 a.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm sorry, this has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy. This was sent at 10:02:56 a.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm not the same as everyone else. Most of the time I try to do what is healthy/smart for them. More importantly, I try to support you in what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gotten to this point with me when I'm just trying my hardest. You made your point and continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I am falling apart and trying to get answers and help. 10:09:49 a.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I am just your girlfriend. I am not a perfect parent. I am trying very hard and sometimes treat them nothing like I used to. 10:46 a.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I know, I'm sorry for lashing out. I'm just hurting and struggle daily with them. Always feel like I'm failing at this parenting thing. I wasn't built for this. 10:12 a.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, Kaylee isn't perfect, but everything wonderful about her is because of you. 12:21:36 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji is sent at 12:21:59 on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, it's true, I know she's her mother's daughter, but she wouldn't be so bright and successful if she lived with anyone else. 12:22:51 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, wow, Kristen just sent 2 back-to-back messages to not lose your faith in the kids. 12/31/28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or in yourself, at 12/31/41 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, there's 2 emojis sent at 12:32:06 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, and there's 2 emojis. Life can pick you up sometimes. Please be happy with them and put away your frustrations for the rest of the day. And be so proud of yourself, JJ. That's 12:33:35 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, that's what bothers me more than anything. Should have sent Peg's or Sarah's W-2s. We're all equal guardians. 1:18:21 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe you can call someone. 1:21:55 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, like who? 1:46:42 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what time are you coming here? 1:47:38 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, it's another emoji sent, 2:05:30 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know what time, feel kind of out of it, just trying to clear my head, 2:06:07 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, he writes, okay, 2:06:25 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, text me when you guys settle in later, 2:06:44 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, sure, 2:06:58 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to, oh, no, it's cut off, yes, sir.
Yeah. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That must be where the, so,
Would it be helpful if I take it out of the binder for you?
I believe it goes to the next one, so I'll start. Yeah, sorry.
With the court's permission, we'll begin the PowerPoint.
Yes.
At your leisure.
Okay. The phone calls, text messages, and then we'll start with the first slide. This is from the defendant to John O'Keefe. I feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said. 2:16:10 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not sure what you want me to do. I said I'm sorry and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it. 2:17:16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, things in my own life have been difficult too, you know. 2:17:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I know. 2:17:40 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:17:45 p.m., the defendant calls John. The phone call is answered and they speak for 2 minutes, 22 seconds. 2:23:02 p.m., the defendant calls John. That's again answered. At 1:00, and they speak for 1 minute, 2 seconds. At 2:24:17 p.m., the defendant calls John and the call is rejected. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this. 2:25:18 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, nope. 2:25:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that? 2:26:03 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:28:40 p.m., the defendant calls John. That call is rejected.
Mr. Greeno, can you explain to us the difference between not answered and rejected?
Yes, so if the call is not answered, that means the call rang out and goes to voicemail. If the call is rejected, that is someone actively hitting the send to voicemail button to disable the call, to stop it from ringing. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, kids are here, not in the mood to talk. 2:29:03 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into it anymore. That's fine. but I don't want to keep trying and you keep treating me like this. 2:29:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning, and you whack me in the face with a pillow. 2:29:59 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, last night you're basically like, yeah, what about when we talk about the future? So why don't you just admit you're not into so much anymore? 2:30:23 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not how it went down, but okay. 2:30:26 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please admit your head is out of the game with us? 2:30:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not as quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently. 2:32:28 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:32:47 p.m., the defendant calls John. That call is rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant, OMG, stop calling. 2:32:54 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, then why would you start with me this morning? 2:32:58 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you're setting me up to fail. 2:33:05 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you started a number of fights from your end. 2:33:26 p.m. on the 28th. And John O'Keefe to the defendant, I've explained it a few times already, not doing it again. 2:33:31 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into this anymore. 2:33:41 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not into fighting all the time, correct. 2:34:03 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world. 2:34:11 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, he sends an emoji. 2:34:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, then stop starting with me. 2:34:20 p.m. on the 28th. 2:34:29 p.m. the defendant calls John. He rejects the call. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm not answering. Stop calling. 2:34:42 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please answer after how you treated me earlier? 2:34:43 p.m. on the 28th. 2:34:54 p.m. the defendant calls John. That's rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant, Kaylee is right here. 2:35:02 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, you start a rager with me out of nowhere and then tell me you're sick of fighting with me. 2:35:41 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm going to grab a drink in a bit. 2:38:14 p.m. on the 28th. 2:38:42 p.m. the defendant calls John. That call is rejected. The defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please answer? 2:38:52 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, no Karen, not sure why you need to announce that you're going, not sure why you need to announce that you're grabbing a drink, but have fun. 2:39:46 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, seeing if you want to meet me later. 2:40:22 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please call me? 2:40:32 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, have to take them to the doctor, he has practice. 2:40:55 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, 5 minutes. 2:41:17 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:43:01 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 2:43:45 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant, my father just walked in. 2:43:58 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes? 2:44:14 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, not right now, 2:44:23 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm there when anyone else needs me, 2:44:26 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:45:32 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. The defendant calls Mr. O'Keefe. Yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I'd like you to call me for amends. 2:46:16 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. I've been trying to get over the hump with is arguing, and now you tell me you're not into doing things. And you don't want to fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail. 2:47:08 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I've been dealing with my own personal crisis over things I have zero control over. I'd like to lean on you too sometimes. Instead, I just hear everything I've done wrong. 2:48:34 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:56 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. At 2:51:13 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's rejected. 2:52:37 p.m., John calls the defendant. It's not answered. At 2:53:56, the defendant calls John. Again, not answered. The defendant, John O'Keefe, you seriously cannot pick up the phone for 2 seconds. 2:54:13 p.m. 2:58:05 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's rejected. At 2:59:13, John calls the defendant. The call is answered and they speak for 4 minutes, 59 seconds. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, why don't you meet me at Hillside at 4:30/5, 3:08:55 p.m. John O'Keefe to the defendant sends an emoji at 3:10:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or whenever you get, whenever you get everyone settled, 3:10:35 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, like I said, doctor now, and he has practice till 6. If you want to go start drinking, then go for it. 3:36:21 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I didn't know the times of his practice. 3:36:40 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I just want to give you space at the house without me there. So rather meet you out than meet at the house. 3:37:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, yeah, well now there's a 72-year-old taking up shop on my couch. 3:37:36 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, that too. 3:37:46 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is he going to Collins? 3:38:23 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, not tonight. 3:38:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so do you plan on going out tonight? 3:39:01 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, I don't know. 3:39:17 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you're like jonesing to drink, so go. 3:39:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well after how this morning went down, I don't think I need to be back over there with you get frustrated at how I am with the kids. Has nothing to do with drinking. 3:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I am paranoid now that everything I do with them is problematic, so rather see you for a minute without it, kids around. 3:40:24 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what's your plan at 4:47:16 p.m. on the 28th? From the defendant to John O'Keefe, don't have one, 4:50:09 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so still home, 4:26 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 4:45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we just got home, waiting to see what Papa decides here or else I have to get Patrick at 6. 4:45 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant John O'Keefe, okay, 5:55 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so are you staying home or coming here? 5:23 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, waiting to see what you end up doing. I don't want to hang out at the house too much, like I said. 5:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think it's clear me around the kids, I think it's clear me around with the kids around is slowly killing our relationship, and our relationship is much more important to me. 5:16 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, well, there's a blizzard coming, so we'll be inside all weekend. 5:19 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it will be over by noon tomorrow. 5:44 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't think so. 5:27 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to keep having this constant conflict of the dynamic of the four of us. The harder I try, the more it kills our relationship as a couple. It feels like utter shit to be in that position. Rather just meet you out for drinks when you figure out what your night looks like. 5:45 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, well, I have no idea what's going on, so do what you want. 5:34 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, need to figure out what everyone here is doing. All I know now is Madeline is coming over. No clue about Patrick yet, or if Papa is planning on hanging it for a few more hours. 5:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, when you know the story, and if you want me to come up, let me know. 5:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, no, Karen, you decide what you want to do. 5:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I know your heart isn't in this anymore. I felt it for a while, and especially lately. I'm willing to try more, but not if you approaching the point of indifference. If you want me to come up and you can head out for a while, then say so when you know what your father is doing. 5:23 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you come up and I head out, really? Emoji. 5:48. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I've told you already, I don't bounce back as quickly as you do after we have a battle. 5:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, head out together with an emoji. 5:49 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or meet out. 5:54 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, gonna send Patrick to Collins tonight. They're picking him up around 7. Mike may hang out too when he brings Matt over. So why don't you just come over? 5:42 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Mike doesn't want to go out for a bit. 5:20 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I would like to, been a shit day from the jump. 5:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, probably 5:39 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I just got sober an hour ago. 5:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'll text you, hang with Mike for a few. I don't need to butt in. Text me if/when you think you may head out. 5:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you send me Tim Zoll's contact info, please? 5:26:38 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I paid the last bill, 5:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you didn't have to do that, thanks. 5:27:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, are you really not going to accept my friend request? 5:32:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji on what, FB? 5:33:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, we've been going out for 2 years. 5:33:20 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I haven't gone on. You defriended me over a year ago, I believe. 5:33:48 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Kerry texted that they're headed out in a bit. 6:05:29 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, okay, 6:14:55 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, she's going to let me know where, 6:17:51 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going to meet them, 6:18:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just presenting it as an option, wouldn't mind hanging out with them for a drink. 6:19 p.m. on the 28th. Sorry. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is Mike over? 6:27:26 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes, 6:29:45 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, sounds you're like good with getting together tonight, 6:31:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, was hoping after this morning you'd be interested in smoothing things over with me, 6:32:24 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, told you to come over but you insisted on meeting me out somewhere, 6:33:44 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Mike is a little off with me for a while now. I've said that multiple times, 6:34:34 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to Karen, the defendant, time to get over it, Karen. He's fine. He was fine the other night when he came by. 6:38:09 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah. Where are you meeting them? 6:39:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't have plans with them. She just said they're headed out in a bit and will text when they land somewhere. 6:39:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you want to go out with Mike solo, that's fine. Just let me know. 6:40:17 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I already told you what you should do. Not going to keep doing this. 6:41:07 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I asked to let me know if you guys are going to head out. I haven't been out for drinks this week and had a shit week and a shit day. And I dread Kaylee or Pat is going to get chatty with me the second I walk in, and that is going to irritate you. 6:43:21 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Pat is leaving, Kay is with Mad Cam. 6:44:02 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll text Chris then. 6:46:44 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed out shortly. What's your plan, Karen? 7:06:13 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, do you want me to join or no? 7:06:37 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes, wasn't sure if you were meeting the Currans, 7:07:04 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, they are not out drinking yet, 7:07:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, where are you headed? 7:09:22 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, trying to decide maybe McCarthy's, 7:14:48 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay then, let me know where you decide. I'm still down in Enfield, 7:21:50 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, text me when you leave, still waiting on McKinney's, 7:22:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm having issues with my hot water, so had to text someone to take a look, 7:24:11 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji, you trying to piss me off, 7:25:35 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, hope your plumber buddy that you texted is hot, 7:26:24 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, nope, my shower only got lukewarm and now my sink won't run hot at all. The plumber I used is right down the road, 7:26:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I turned that temp thing in the basement all the way up, 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, check the hot water heater and see if it's leaking, 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it's not, 7:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't do that, 7:27:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, is the pilot lit, 7:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I was trying to get my shower hot, 7:27:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 7:27:14 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't turn it up, don't turn it all the way up, 7:27:26 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, it will burn out, 7:27:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I had this issue twice before and it wasn't a disaster. I just can't remember what the cause was, 7:27:41 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, just turn it back to where it was and get over here, 7:28:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to come home in a blizzard and then really be up shit creek, 7:28:53 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going home tonight, 7:29:18 p.m. on the 28th. And the defendant to John O'Keefe, or tomorrow or whenever. I've had a chill all day since my shower, 7:29:45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, it's going to snow all day tomorrow, no driving, 7:30:05 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed to McCarthy's, 7:41:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, let me know if you end up leaving, 7:41:57 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, why? Now you're not coming, 7:42:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm waiting for the plumber. I actually think he's in the driveway, 7:42:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves, 7:43:10 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not going home after, 7:43:27 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, 8 o'clock on a Friday, emoji, 7:43:31 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, he may have to get Michael, 7:43:46 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you have a plumber coming over at 8, knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck. 7:44:36 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I have always told you I will not put either of you out of your way the way everyone else in your life does. I knew it wasn't working right when you were at the doctor's with Kaylee, and I knew neither of you could get here. And this guy Richie fixed it last time, whatever it was. He was supposed to be here at 5, 7:48:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if it's not a quick fix, I'll tell him to forget it. 7:48:20 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, if you need a new water heater, don't let him do it. 7:55:04 p.m. on the 28th. I just want to make sure nothing is wrong / will go wrong with when I'm not home. 7:55:44 on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not a scammer. Half the quick stuff he doesn't even charge me for. 7:56:06 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he just put the toilet seats on crooked. 7:56:28 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, status, 8:09:02 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, still here with an emoji, 8:09. From the defendant to John, said he's got to go to HD and probably be back mañana. 8:23:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so 8:24:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, an emoji, 8:25:02 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just trying to figure out if I need to be here, 8:25:51 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what does it need, 8:26:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know, he showed me some pieces that was all rusted with an emoji. I don't understand half this stuff, 8:26:42 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, on the water heater, 8:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 8:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, tell him to leave it, I'll take care of it Sunday or Monday, 8:28:30 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, it's okay, I can either meet him here or just shut off the alarm, 8:28:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he used to work here while I was at work, 8:29:02 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, does he realize it will be whiteout conditions tomorrow a.m., 8:29:32 p.m. on the 28th.
Okay. I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the true status of their relationship exists in the two texts before this. When John O'Keefe told her, leave it and I'll take care of it. That's the true status of their relationship. Yes, this banter back and forth where really basically all Karen wants John to tell her is, I want to work on this. I want to be with you. I know it's tough right now. We'll get through it. And then that's the main thing. But then the side thing is what she really wants him to say is, yes, I want you to come out. I want to see you. That's what she wants to hear. Okay. So, but all of this really is neither here nor there, because in my opinion, the true status of their relationship is when he offered to come over and fix it for her. Just have that guy leave it. I'll fix it. That's how we really felt. That's it. That's all. Let's keep going.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Yeah, but he lives right down the road. 8:29:47 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, this storm is going to be intense. Can't drive. 8:30:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, if he can't, he can't. 8:30:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll do it Monday. 8:30:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I better not still have this problem on Monday. 8:31:22 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, you plan on being there. 8:31:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'd to know I can take a hot shower there here if I need to. 8:32:14 p.m. on the 28th. Figured you'd be, from John O'Keefe to the defendant, figured you'd be in Canton until Monday. 8:32:32 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing. 8:32:54 p.m. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it. 8:33:16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you said so yourself for probably a year now. 8:33:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, blizzard tomorrow, nobody is going anywhere. 8:33:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early a.m. 8:35:14 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'll head up there in a few min. Let me know if you leave. 8:35:26 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji, he says sure. 8:35:34 p.m. on the 28th. And that was the last of them.
And the reason that John is rolling his eyes is because, he's already solved this situation with the heater, with the water heater, okay? And on top of that, he's telling her, listen, it's going to be bad out. I want you, this is his way in the way I am interpreting it, is this is his way of saying, I want you to stay here. Maybe I did say, that the four of us are toxic together, whatever. But at the end of the day, I might have said that and I might have meant it then. But what I'm telling you right now, today, in this conversation is I want you to stay. I thought you would stay until Monday. It's, but she's also being, they're both being a little passive aggressive to each other. They're both playing games.
We're almost done, sir.
And you can feel free to stand.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
So that presentation is a compilation of text messages and phone calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant on January 28, 2022.
Yes, that was.
Aside from that compilation, are there other text messages and phone calls that you've reviewed between John O'Keefe and the defendant that evening, January 28, 2002, going into past midnight, January 29, 2022?
Yes, there's more text messages.
And those text messages and phone calls, are they a separate compilation from this?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, this time I'd ask us to release Trooper Garino and recall him at a later date.
Yes. All right. There's no objection, Mr. Alessi, correct?
No objection, subject to revenge.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Trooper. We'll see you another time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please just leave it.
Thanks.
Is this the time for me to see counsel at sidebar?
Oh my God.
Okay.
No.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to introduce exhibits or clips 7 through 11.
Exhibit 34.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, could I begin with clip 7?
Yes.
walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4. And not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the Waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
Because you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I had like a normal amount. Like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count summers. The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like all soda water with lime. Not that I need it to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. And he said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic, and then I would pour a shot into it, so that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour, so I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be.
Thank you, Jen, for gifting a membership, and congratulations, Cash, who got that gifted membership. Thank you so much for supporting me in the channel. I appreciate it so much. It was very generous. Thank you.
So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the Waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into Waterfall, and I put that drink down, and I socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the Waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
And I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
Hey, I'm Kayleen. Good to see you, buddy.
expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me. There's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you. Your may we approach?
Yes.
Well, I mean, okay, Karen, I gotta call it like it is. And the truth is, we've all seen the commercials. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Should she have been driving that night? No. The truth of the matter is, you shouldn't drink and drive, period. That's it. That's all. That's it. Does that mean that she's, that I think she's a horrible No, I don't think she's a horrible person. But yeah, she definitely, by her own count, okay, about what she actually consumed, not how many drinks were purchased, but how many she consumed, she shouldn't have been drinking. I wouldn't have driven. I mean, she shouldn't have been driving. I wouldn't have driven. None of them should have been driving. That's true.
All right, jurors, there was some confusion with counsel regarding witnesses. So those are the witnesses for today, so we're done for today.
What?
Counsel assures me that won't happen again, but more importantly, we're on track. We're on schedule.
No, you're not.
Not going for the rest of the day. Won't interfere with our schedule at all. It looks like it's, I can't tell with all the curtains here, but it looks like it's a beautiful day. You'll have a nice afternoon. Tomorrow we'll be going on a view. So for that, we're comfortable clothes. We'll be walking around a little bit. We'll be going by bus, and I'll have more instructions for you tomorrow morning. But please follow those instructions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. Remember, tomorrow's a half.
Okay, so tomorrow's a half day, but I'm curious how we're going to do it for the people viewing, right? I know I doubt we're not going to get to follow. We're not going to get to go on the field trip because the jury will be in view and they're not going to film that. And I remember from Murdaugh, they don't film that. But I don't know if that means that half day they're talking about is that's all they're doing tomorrow, or if there'll be testimony. So regardless, I'll be live tomorrow because I don't know what I don't know how that's going to go. But I wanted to ask you guys, do you want to go through the part of the testimony from yesterday that we missed? Or are you ready just to be done with the trial for today? It's up to you guys. I'll stay live if you want me to stay live, or we can, be done if you guys want as well. Let me, hold on a second. It's up to you guys. And I'll show you. It's up to you guys. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. Cash says, can we ask you some questions? Well, you just did, Cash. Depends on You are more than welcome to ask, but I'm not obligated to answer. All right, so let's watch what we missed yesterday, and then we'll go, and then that way we'll be all the way caught up. Okay. All right. Let me switch to this one. Are we ready? Let me make it big. And let me push play. Here we go.
I'd like to introduce clip number 4.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked filling and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him and hug him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave. He said, I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
May I call my next witness, Your Honor?
Please.
The Commonwealth calls Nicholas Garino.
Follow me, please.
Okay, thank you. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here and should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thanks, you can take it.
Hi. Stand or sit, however you're most comfortable, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. My name is Nicholas Garino.
Mr. Garino, where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police for?
This is year 10 now.
How long have you been assigned to the District Attorney's Office for?
Since November of 2019, so a little 5-ish years, 6 years.
I want to go backwards a little bit. Can you tell me a little bit about what you did before you began working for the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, sir. I was a Norwood police officer for almost 11 years.
So how long have you been in law enforcement between being a Norwood police officer and a Massachusetts State Police officer?
February of this year started my 20th year in law enforcement.
Did you go to school before you became a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College, Westfield State University now.
Did you graduate?
Yes, I did.
Can you remember what year you graduated in?
Yes, it was 2003.
Did you have a particular degree from Westfield State?
Yes, I double majored. I got a major in criminal justice and mass communications.
When you began as a police officer with the Norwood Police Department, did you have to go into any type of specific training?
Yes, I went to the police academy.
And how long is the police academy?
6 months.
Generally and briefly, what was taught at the academy?
How to conduct investigations, respond to calls, They did a standard field sobriety testing week, physical training, Massachusetts law and criminal procedure.
When you began as a Norwood police officer, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, I was.
And did you remain a patrol officer for the 10 or 11 years you were there?
Yes, I was also part-time in the detail office. But
What does that mean?
handling jobs when we're off, so filling details like road construction, I'm sorry.
When you left Norwood and began working with the Massachusetts State Police, based on your prior training, did you have to go through further training, or were you ready to just begin?
No, I had to go to the State Police Academy for 6 months.
After you got out of the State Police Academy, were you assigned to a barracks?
Yes, I was assigned to the South Boston Barracks for my training, and then once my break-in training was done, I was assigned to the Holden Barracks near Worcester.
At some point during your time in your career with the Massachusetts State Police, did you start to receive any type of training in the specific field?
I'm sorry.
Did you receive any specialized training at the Massachusetts State Police after the academy?
Once I got into the district attorney's office, yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what type of specialized training you received when you were assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, so I was hired by the district attorney's office. I do cell phone and computer forensics, as well as I'm a sexual assault investigator. I had prior sexual assault investigator school done, and I went for digital forensics classes as part of my now daily duties.
In order to work with cell phone forensics, did you have any particular background in it at that point?
I had taken some classes when I was at Norwood PD, but I didn't have any of the Cellbrite or Axiom classes that I do now.
We'll talk about those in a minute so you can give a little more explanation. Did you ever receive a specific advanced degree in data forensics?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever receive any specialized further degree, a master's in data forensics?
No.
So your training came while you were a Massachusetts State Police officer through the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's correct.
What type of courses did you take to learn about forensics?
The first one I took was Cellbrite certified CCO CCPA is their intro course that teaches you how to use the program and how to extract cell phones using the Cellbrite program.
There's a couple words I want you to help us understand.
Yes.
The first is an extraction. What is, as simple as you can, a cell phone extraction?
Yes, quite literally plugging the phone into specialized hardware or software, and it pulls the data from that device to make a digital copy of it, so that way we can load it up later to look at it.
So when you extract the phone through a download, it basically mimics the content of the phone, but it's in a different shell, it's in a different form than inside the actual phone itself?
Yes, exactly. That way we're not manipulating or changing any data while looking, because if we were to open the device, it would change data by going through the phone itself or computer.
Okay. When you plug it in, can you explain a little bit about what you're plugging it into?
Yes. So the main program and hardware that we use is GrayKey. It is, again, specialized software and hardware that once the phone's plugged into it, the software is able to extract the information if we have the passcode. If we don't have the passcode and the phone is supported, it's able to guess that passcode depending on how long. Like for an iPhone, if you have a 4-digit, it could take months. If you have a 6-digit, it could take up to 35 years.
So does the phone have to be accessible to actually do that download through GrayKey? Do you have to be able to open the phone with the passcode?
No. So if we don't have the passcode and it's supported, it can guess the passcode without making the phone useless after, say, for an iPhone, I believe it's 10 passcodes.
Is it a quicker process if you do have the passcode?
Much. It would take hours to download the device, depending on how much information's on it.
How do you ensure that the information that you extract from the actual device is accurate and the same when you're making a copy? How do you ensure the integrity of it?
So with GrayKey, it produces a progress report as it goes through its process. The only two fields that we can sort of amend in that PDF that it spits out is the ID number, and then the investigator name. So after the data is pulled out, it creates a hash value, which is like a digital fingerprint for that specific information. So if you had gone in and to edit or change it, that digital fingerprint would change. It would change the big long string of numbers that it attaches to that file.
The digital fingerprint, is that the same thing you're referring to as the hash value?
Yes, exactly.
And how do you ensure that the hash value of the product, the copy, is the same as what's on the phone?
You can run the zip file that it creates with the information into a hash calculator, and it will give the same hash as what is produced from the Gray Key PDF report. So if something had changed or there was an error with it, the hash would not be the same as what was given from the PDF. And that's how we would know that the data was not the same.
So if you download a phone and it has a hash value, this digital fingerprint, and then someone was to manipulate the phone and remove anything, even a period, from that data, if it's run again, will the hash value change?
Yes, it would not be the same because
Even
it will
if it's
show.
just, I'm sorry, even if it's just a period?
Yes, any alteration to that initial extraction with that number, it immediately would change.
So if you have an item, a computer or a phone,
I'm going to turn him up to 1.25 and
and
see
you
if
do an
that
extract,
maybe
a
helps
copy,
it better.
where do you store that copy of information if it's not on the phone that you originally have? What do you do with it?
So once the program pulls that information, we have to place it onto our secure server at the office, and we'll take any of the files that were given via the extraction process, and it's saved there for us.
And so you copy it on another link or another digital file?
Yes, we'll save it to the server at the district attorney's office.
Can it be put on a physical item, like a zip drive or a hard drive?
Yes.
If you put that download onto a zip drive or hard drive, how will you know if that information on the hard drive matches the same information you originally downloaded from the phone to the server through Gray Key?
Again, like I said, you could run the hash value of that file again to correlate it with the PDF that we were given once Gray Key has given us the information. So that's how you would know all the information is the same, nothing has changed.
So for example, if you download an iPhone and it has that digital fingerprint, hash value attached to it, and you make a copy or multiple copies, is the way to test whether or not those copies are exactly accurate is to look at the hash value of each copy?
Yes, and copying the zip file would not change the hash value. The only way it would change is if you physically went into it and deleted information somehow.
So now that you have the item, say for example an iPhone, and you've downloaded it through Gray Key, which is hardware and software, and it's on a digital file, can you just open it up and start reading it like a report or a book, or do you have to do something else to it?
No, once it's pulled into that zip file, it has to be opened into another program, which there are many forensic tools, but the ones at the office we use are Cellbrite or Axiom. They're just two brands, and then those programs make that information readable so we can actually look at it.
So if you were to download a forensic copy and you were to open it up without using that subsequent software, would you be able to read or see anything that's on that data?
To be honest, I don't know because I've never opened one of those zip files to know what's actually in them.
After the extraction happens, after that copy made, did you mention this further software you would use to be able to actually read the data?
Yes, so that's Cellbrite and Axiom. They're two different programs, but those programs will make the information readable.
Are those the programs that you typically use?
Yes, they are. And there's other programs out there, but those are the two that we normally use at the office.
Are they commonly used in the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, they are.
Hey,
Are there
Squirrel,
other
good
programs
to see
beyond
ya.
Axiom and Cellbrite that can be used to decipher the information so you can read it?
Yes, there's many.
In your entire time with the Massachusetts State Police, have you used any other programs other than Axiom or Cellbrite?
To look at cell phones?
Yes.
We have Sanderson forensic software that can look at databases that are in the phone to look at information. I don't normally use those because I don't want to say, I'm probably not proficient enough that I would know this exactly means this, or I wouldn't want to confuse anything that I'm looking at.
When you look at the information after it's been through the extraction and then the analysis through the software, is the data still available if you want to look into the data?
From the zip file itself, sir?
Yes.
Yes, that's always available. It's, like I said, the data in the zip file that Gray Key gives us is never changed. It's just being loaded into another program so we can see it. That's all.
The software that you use, whether it's Cellbrite or Axiom, does that do the work for you as a forensic examiner?
Yes, so it runs as the program runs, I should say, it will bring up different tabs. So it'll say phone calls, chats, photos, the databases, all different things that Cellbrite, their software, has run to pull this information out to make it easier for investigators to find what they're looking for.
Beyond the initial report that you can look at and look for the information, if you wanted to as a data forensic examiner, could you look deeper beyond the production of those software programs?
Yes, you could.
Forensic data analysis, when you look at these tools that provide these initial reports, is that the beginning, or does it dig deeper when you're a digital forensic analyst?
No, these reports are finding the low-hanging fruit in the proverbial tree. So that's showing you the stuff that the program is set that most people are looking for. As I said, the phone calls, the chats. If you need to go deeper into it, as I said, there's other software out there where you can pull these databases and try to go through the code to find what you're looking for. Once you find something, you would have to corroborate it with other evidence or data to make sure what you're looking at is exactly what you're looking for.
Have you been involved in the download, extraction, and analyzing data on phones as your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's my primary role in the DA's office currently.
And how many years have you been in that role?
Since November of 2019, so 5 years now.
Have you worked on a number of different cases that involve forensic data?
Yes, I have.
Is there a routine or a practice in your present role when you make a copy about what process you use and how you produce it in a case?
I wouldn't say there's a normal process. It's all case dependent. A lot of cases we get, people want PDFs of the information, portable cases that we can create. So it's basically the portable program that I'm using. That way someone can find the information they're looking for, or I give the raw information.
Hey, Justin, good to see you. Welcome in. We're just going over yesterday's testimony that we missed due to Stephen Stearns.
It could be like a 10,000 page PDF. It literally just lists everything that's in there. If I create a portable case, as I said, that is basically like me giving you the thumb drive, and it's showing you exactly what I'm seeing, and you can click on the tabs yourself.
All right, I'm going to skip through this because we all know how these downloads work. This isn't, like rocket surgery or whatever. We're just going to get to the meat and the potatoes. Let's get to what he looked at, okay?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember when you were provided that phone?
Yes, it would be January 29th, 2022, about 7:30 p.m. that night.
Do you remember where you received that phone from?
Yes, I was at the DA's office. I got it from Sergeant Buchanan and Michael Proctor.
Do you remember about what time of night that was?
As I said, about 7 to 7:30 p.m.
Thank you. When you received that phone, did you have the passcode?
No, we didn't.
Without the passcode, what were your next steps?
So the phone was placed in our digital forensics lab until we could get the passcode. I was told that a family member was going to be bringing it in so we could download the device.
Did you ultimately get that passcode?
Yes, we did.
And do you remember when you received it?
January 31st, 2022.
After you received the passcode for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, can you walk us through the process of what you did?
Yep. So once the passcode's obtained,
oh my God,
we'll unlock the phone and then plug it into Great Key.
And what happened?
We give the process at the end.
All right, here we go. Now we're getting to it. Sorry about that, you guys.
I'm going to show you a document, sir.
Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Did you show it to Mr. Leslie?
I'm sorry. My apologies. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Can you look at both pages, please?
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. If you don't mind. What is it?
It's the Great Key progress report that they give once the phone extractions are completed.
Do you recognize that as the report that is attributed to John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And does that document have that digital imprint, the digital fingerprint that you were talking about?
Yes. So it's in. Yeah. So it's here on the back. I just want to see if it was in two places. But it would be here for the. Sorry, it got cut off. But.
I put it up on the exhibit. So
Okay.
Okay. I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Exhibit 18, Sir Mark.
Sorry.
May I show that exhibit to the jury?
Yeah.
May I approach the witness to show him the pointer?
Yes.
On this top button will be the pointer. The middle button will change the screen. So, switch to the top button, please. Can you walk us through what this report means?
Yep. So here at the top, there it is. Again, it says Grey Key progress report, and then it gives the report generation, date and time, and it is in UTC, which is, get the exact definition, universal time coordinates, I believe. So you'd have to minus 4 or 5 hours depending on daylight savings time. So this one would have been January's minus 5. 16/10 will be 1 noon, 12 o'clock for the actual time on the 31st. As we go down, device name is Johnny. The software version is the Apple iOS that was running at the time. The model number, iPhone 11. And then if you were to look up the N104AP is also a model number. The unique device ID. This one is what Grey Key assigns to the zip file that it creates. The serial number of the phone, the unique chip ID, the Wi-Fi address, the Bluetooth address, and then the phone number. And then there's more information underneath.
Could we scroll that, please? Thank you.
This here is the IMEI, which is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's not uncommon now to have multiple of those identifying numbers. The data partition size of the device, which is 83 gigabytes. The lock state, if the phone was locked, it would say locked. This one is unlocked, so we have the passcode. This was the Grey Key agent version for the software. And then this is the last time that the phone was backed up via iTunes or iCloud. This is the owner's name. You can have anything in this, but his phone had John O'Keefe set as the iPhone owner name, and then the different accounts attributed to the phone.
Okay. Can you show us where the digital fingerprint is?
Yep, it's down. So that the top part here is literally every time when it's plugged in to every process that it completes until the progress report is generated. Here, there's the full file system was created on this date and time, and then even though the partition size was 82 gigabytes, it actually pulled 125 gigabytes of data. Underneath this, if you're on the next page, is that unique fingerprints right here. So it has two, a SHA-256 and an MD5. They're just two versions of hashing to show that the file, the unique fingerprint, and that's what these numbers are here. So there's one for the image of the extraction, and then one for the keychain for the other the documents that Grey Key creates.
And you mentioned that if anything has changed, even the period, that number and letter sequence will change as well?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Did you have an opportunity to download and extract any other phones?
Yes.
At some point, did you have an opportunity to download and extract a phone from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when you received that phone?
I got the phone the same time as I got Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 29th at around 7:30 at night.
And so you received both phones at the same time?
Yes.
From the same people?
Correct.
Trooper Buchanan?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
What did you do with that phone?
Again, that was brought down to the digital forensics lab for holding until we could get into it, or a warrant was written, or whatever legal process was going to be done, so we could get that information.
Do you secure it?
Yes, that room is locked with keycard access that only myself and two others have, and it's also alarmed.
Do the case officers or investigators that aren't part of your unit have access to those items?
No, the only ones that had access were myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and then the director, Samantha Vogt. She's
Hey,
a civilian
Sarah
that runs our
Bellum,
lab.
good to see you, babe.
And at that point, were you able, after there was process, were you able to get into the phone at first?
No, it wasn't supported by Grey Key, the phone model and number.
What do you mean it wasn't supported?
So the software, even if we had a search warrant, we plugged it in, Grey Key wouldn't be able to recognize it because it just wasn't supported at that time.
When you say it wasn't supported, does this have anything to do with a passcode?
For both. So we didn't have the passcode, so because we didn't have it, it wasn't supported for us to download that information from the device.
If you had a passcode, would it have been supported?
Yes, it would have been.
So is there a process when you have a phone that you don't have a passcode for to be able to access the content of the phone?
Yes, that's correct. We have to wait until we either have the passcode or the software and hardware is supported for the device where it can try to guess the passcode.
So let me ask you some questions about software. In forensic data analysis, does software change frequently?
Constantly.
When the software changes, does it advance?
Does the software get better?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
At the time you first had the defendant's phone, the software you had was unable to access the contents?
That is correct.
Hey, Kimberly,
What do you
good to
do? Do
see
you
you,
look for other
babe.
software, or do you wait for updates? What's the process?
If there is another software out there, we will use it to try to get the information. If not, we are at the mercy of waiting for the developers to come up with the information for us.
Did you wait in this case?
Yes, we did. We had to wait.
Ultimately, did software advance so that without a passcode you were able to access?
Yes.
How long did you have to wait before you were able to access?
I believe it was July of 2022 that the software had been upgraded enough that it was able to brute force or guess her passcode for the device.
And where does the device remain until you're ready to try again?
In that locked digital forensics lab.
So when the software updates and advances, do you know that it will be successful, or you plug it in and you try?
No, so on GreyKey they have like a link where you can click and it brings up a whole matrix, so it shows every make, model of phone and then the software associated with it, and it says it can do a partial download, a full download, a password guess, and it tells us. So when there's a new update, we'll check that to make sure that the devices we have can be accessed.
Did you make an attempt to have the software access the phone without a passcode?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach, please?
Oh my God. Skip. Not going to let us hear it. Still not going to let us hear it.
Thank you. Did you use software inevitably to open the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And how many times did you download?
So there was 2 downloads. One, thank you. One of the partial part of the phone, and then in the same time that we had it plugged in, we had the password brute force guess software installed onto the phone, so we would try to guess the passcode. So there were 2 downloads, one with very limited data, and then one with the full file system extraction, which is everything on the phone that it can get.
May I approach?
Yes.
Just approach quickly, but here, I think what it is this. Okay, so if you have an iPhone and you have a 6-digit code, okay? And let's say, for example, you have a PayPal account, okay? So even if the phone is open, meaning unlocked, all right, you've used your passcode, you've gotten in, okay? And you go and you click on PayPal, okay? PayPal will require you, through iPhone, will require you to again enter your passcode that you use on your phone, right? The unlock feature, to then open the PayPal app. It does it to me all the time. Okay. So I think what he's talking about, this is what I imagine they're talking about with software and stuff like that. I think what happens is, because PayPal saves that, I would imagine that there are other apps that also save that type of information. And that is what they're able to get into. That's what they're able to crack, not the actual pass key for your phone, if that makes sense.
I'm going to show you 2 documents, sir.
It's this one, yes.
Did you need a copy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have an extra copy of the book?
Yes, Queen of Hearts. Queen of Hearts says Face ID or 6-digit passcode to make a purchase. Yes. And see, I think that when that stuff is stored through those different apps, that's what they're able to crack. That's the brute force they're able to use, is to fish around inside of those apps to be able to get the password that you used to unlock your iPhone. Well, Sissy's mom says, I don't have an iPhone, but with Android, I have to use my 4-digit code for PayPal. Yes. So I don't think that Androids are capable. Maybe they are now. I don't know. I switched to an iPhone like a year ago. And whenever I had the Android phone that I had, you could only do up to a 4-digit code. So I think that only iPhones, use six thing, but I wouldn't, even if I wouldn't use a fingerprint either. I like the 6-digit code.
I'm going to show you 2 documents. The first one, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that a result summary from Gracie for a search of the defendant's phone?
This is the initial extraction that we created before the password guess process went through.
Would you like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
I don't use Apple Pay at all. 7
That's the
Lilies.
original?
Yes, this is the first one. Yep.
Exhibit 19.
I showed you a second document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is essentially the same information, except it goes further of all the password guess attempts longer until we actually get all of the information from the phone.
Would you like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please?
All right. No objection, Mr. Leslie?
No objection, Your Honor.
20. Mark.
Could I have the previous exhibit as well, please? Sir, I'm handing you back Exhibit 19, which was the partial download.
Okay.
Exhibit 20, which was the subsequent download. You mentioned hash value changes with the content of each download.
Yes.
Is there hash values specifically assigned to each download?
Yes, there is.
Are they the same number and digits in digital fingerprint?
No, they're not.
And explain again why they would be different.
Again, the first one was the partial. It was only 45 gigabytes of data, so it has one number. The second download was 109 gigabytes of data once it got the passcode, and again, that number is completely different again. And again, like I said, the information is not the same, so the hash values won't be the same.
Were the 2 other phones that you inevitably analyzed?
Yes, there were.
Let's start with the first one. Did you have an opportunity to create a file on a phone that came from Terry Roberts?
Yes, I did.
Now, you said it's a 2-step process. First is the extraction, the copying, and then it's creating the file.
That's exactly right.
With Kerry Roberts' phone, did you make the extraction? Did you plug it into the Gray key?
No, I didn't.
Who did?
Trooper Connor Keith.
How do you know Trooper Connor Keith?
He went to meet with Kerry Roberts, received the device from her. He brought it back to the office and did the extraction. His name is also on the extraction Gray key progress reports as well. And he wrote 2 state police reports regarding it.
Do you work with Connor Keith?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I would say we do essentially the same job working together.
So he's in your unit?
Yes, he is.
In the digital forensic unit?
That's correct.
That phone, did it come with any paperwork, any forms?
Yes, he had 2 signed waivers of consent from both parties for each device, one for each device.
And so as far as the copying, the extraction, you did not do the extraction on Kerry Roberts' phone?
No, I did not.
After it was plugged in and a copy was made, did you then access it?
Months down the road.
Were you assigned at that point to analyze or look at any of the data on that phone?
Initially, no.
At some point, did you create a file so that you could provide it to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Was that upon request?
Yes, it was.
And separately, did you know, or did you, let me ask it a different way, was a phone from Jennifer McCabe extracted?
Yes, it was.
Did you do the extraction?
No, I did not.
Was the information, after extracted, again provided to a digital file?
It would have been, yes.
And did you, at some point later, did you make a copy to provide to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what a USEF reader is?
So the UFED reader is a portable case that I can create through Cellbrite. Again, like I said, it's the exact same program that I would be viewing if I was sitting at my desktop. Instead, it can be made into a thumb drive to give to defense, prosecution, investigators, whoever. And there's no chance for the data to be manipulated because it's just a reader.
When you have the digital file that's been extracted and then created into a PDF or a form that can be read, can you print the entire file on paper if you'd like?
Yes, you could.
Hold on,
Would that
we're going to
include-
skip this.
could you
We know
print it
how
so it
this
includes the
works.
entire content related to that field?
All right, let's get to the firefighter.
Yes, please.
Commonwealth calls Mr. Whitley.
Don't be scared, Cash. You get used to it really quick.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
May I?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Daniel Whitley, W-H-I-T-L-E-Y. I'm a paramedic with the Canton Fire Department. I've been a paramedic and firefighter there since March of 2006.
Before you became a paramedic firefighter with the Canton Fire Department, did you work anywhere else related to that field?
Yes, I had 4 years full-time as a EMT intermediate, and also a paramedic at American Medical Response in Brockton.
I'd like to take us right to January 29, 2022.
Yes.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Were you working?
Yes.
What was your role that day?
I was a field training officer working on the ambulance with my partner, Jason Becker.
Mr. Becker?
Correct.
And that morning, did you know whether there was a call where a group of your colleagues went to and addressed 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Were you accompanying your colleagues on that initial call?
No.
Where were you at the time your colleagues left to go to that location?
I was at the Station 2, Ponquag Station, on the north side of town.
Different station?
Correct.
At some point after that call came in and was responded to you, did you receive a call?
Sometime after, I'm not quite sure exactly how soon or later it was, but we received another call to respond to that scene.
As a result of receiving that call, did you make your way towards that location?
Yes.
Who did you go there with?
Just me and my partner at that time was Jason Becker.
What type of vehicle did you use to get there?
It was an ambulance.
What was the weather like?
It was snowing pretty heavily at that point.
Do you know about how long it took you to get to 34 Fairview?
Not exactly, but definitely longer than usual. It should have been an 8-minute drive. I'm guessing 10 to 12 minutes. You could refer to my partner's report for exacts.
When you got there, what did you see?
We arrived on scene. Our engine was there before. We run on a response with an engine and an ambulance to medical calls. And then at least 2 police cruisers and another car parked on the street, a gray SUV.
When you got there, did you meet with anybody?
Yeah. Usually we get out, we say hi to my lieutenant and the other gentleman, Sam Parker, was on the engine before we got there. They were up front of where we parked, and then we walked down further, or at least I did, to the gray SUV.
When you reached the gray SUV, did you see anybody inside it?
I believe at that point we were kind of, getting out. We were walking down, they were coming out to greet us. There were 3 women there.
Okay. Did you speak to any of them in particular?
Not at that point, no, not really.
At some point, did you have any interaction with any of the women?
Yes.
In fact, did you know any of the women who were there that morning?
I knew Carrie Roberts.
How did you know Carrie Roberts?
First we're neighbors. She lives about 100, 200 yards away from me, around the corner. And she helped organize a neighborhood block party, and I would volunteer every year to kids, the fire truck, for a little bit.
So you knew her well?
No.
Were you friends with her?
No.
Friendly?
I just would describe us as acquaintances.
Did you ever socialize with her personally, other than the block party?
No.
But you know who she was?
I knew who she was. I don't recognize her, yes.
Did you talk to her that morning?
Not beyond probably a hey or hi or something like that.
Okay. Do you know whether she ever gave you any items?
I know at one point I had to exchange whether it was a purse or a cell phone or some object from Miss Reed.
At some point that morning, did you have an opportunity to meet with the defendant?
Yes.
Where did you first see her?
We were in the process of getting her to go to the hospital.
When you say we, who was helping you?
That would be, my partner, obviously, Jason Becker, and then my lieutenant, Greg Woodbury.
Where was she when you first saw her?
Somewhere outside in the street.
Do you recognize her in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you identify her, please?
Yes.
Please. You're pointing to a person. Can you give just a very limited?
The woman standing, sitting in between these two gentlemen here.
Did you interact with her that morning? Have a conversation?
Yes.
When you first started speaking to her, what was her demeanor?
Pretty upset, crying. She was. We had a Section 12 in hand, which is a medical order or a police order to be taken to the hospital for a psychological evaluation.
Okay. Did you discuss that with her?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you ask her to follow you or to come with you?
Yeah, she did.
And did that happen?
To the ambulance, correct.
So you went to the ambulance with the defendant?
Yeah.
And was Mr. Becker with you?
Yes.
What happens when you get to the ambulance?
So it was snowing, and it was more to kind of just get everybody into a nice warmer location where it wasn't snowing or windy or anything like that. And we would discussing that we have a Section 12 that states we have, regardless of if you want to go, we have to take you to the hospital. She was arguing that she really didn't need to go to the hospital, and we were trying to convince her to go to the hospital because once the Section 12 is written, it doesn't matter what the patient says. We have to get them there one way or the other, whether it's cooperatively restrained or chemically restrained with sedatives or anything.
It's not a voluntary order?
It is not a voluntary order.
Inevitably, did the defendant agree to go with you to the hospital?
Yes.
When you were going to return to the hospital, was the defendant placed in the back of the ambulance where a patient would be?
So how we operate for anybody that's a Section 12 or anybody that is under the influence of anything, we always operate with two people in the back of the ambulance. So myself and my partner, Jason Becker, were back there, and then we had to take somebody from the engine company and have them drive to the hospital, and that was Sam Park.
Sam Bach?
Park, P-O-C-H.
Thank you. Before you left, before you started to drive away from Fairview, were you having any conversations with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you share with the jury what those conversations were about?
So we were talking. She was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, and even sitting outside in the snow with no coat on for many hours. And
did she indicate what many hours meant? How many?
No.
How often did she raise the issue of whether or not or how long he could be out for?
I'd say at least 3 or 4, maybe more.
Part of your job is to care for patients?
Correct, yes.
Was part of your job to try to get them to the location safely?
Yes.
And sometimes you treat patients with physical injuries, don't you?
Oftentimes it is physical injuries, yes.
Are you trained when you're trying to transport somebody on how to interact with them?
Yes. Well, sometimes if they're upset, in this instance she kept asking if there was any chance that he could be alive, and that we really didn't know what was the patient that ambulance 1 took. We really didn't know what his condition was, and but figuring that it was a hypothermia type case, being the conditions outside.
I'm sorry, I need a break from all these ums. It's too much for you, girl. Okay. What I did want to say is that one thing that I noticed about this, the testimony thus far from this officer or from this first responder, the paramedic, aside from or EMT firefighter, now he's got me doing it. Aside from all the ums, is that he testifies a lot about how many times Karen asked about John. And it reminded me of Sarah Boone. They're both charged with the same thing, second-degree murder. So not intentional. And Sarah never asked about George. Ever. She never, all of her concern was about her. And even when she was talking about them notifying George's family, her concern was not for them. It was for herself. And it just made me think of that. Who knows why? Probably because Sarah Boone lives rent-free in my head all the time. No malicious. All right, here we go. 10-10-7-7. All right.
We were trying to give her hope that, so there's a saying in the medical field, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. And I was basically, there's stories of children falling through ice and falling into rivers and being underwater for multiple hours and coming out, being resuscitated and having no neurological deficits. So I was telling her those stories just kind of to say, look, let's be sure we'll get to the hospital, we'll find out more there, just trying to give her any sort of hope that her husband would be alive.
Can you describe her demeanor when she was in the back of the ambulance with you during your interactions with her?
She would go from pretty upset, crying. One instance where she kept saying, I can't take care of these kids, I can't take care of these kids, they're not my kids, and they're not his kids. And at that point, I understood who Ambulance 1 had taken, because John was pretty well known in the town for taking on the care of his niece and nephew. So I said, listen, it's okay. It looks like you have a very strong support system. And then Miss Reed said, do you know Carrie Roberts? And she had been crying. And she picked her head up and said, do you know Carrie Roberts? And I said, as a matter of fact, I do. And she said, anybody who knows Carrie Roberts wouldn't say that about her. And I said, well, she did come out early in the morning to look for your husband in a blizzard. And she just rolled her eyes and put her head back down. And I thought it was just bizarre.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'll strike that last sentence.
Would you describe her demeanor as even through that ride?
No.
How long did it take to get to the hospital?
I mean, you can refer to my partner's ambulance trip report. I'm sure it has the...
Do you have it right with you, sir?
I do not know.
Well, let me ask you.
I would guess about 15 to 20 minutes, somewhere in there.
You don't have an exact memory?
No.
When you get to the hospital with a patient under these circumstances, do you leave them at the door?
No.
What do you do?
We have to hand off care, so we go in and we have to give a report to our nurse, to let them know what their condition is, why they're coming to the hospital, and what we found taking them to the hospital.
When you got to the hospital with Miss Reed, did you interact with the hospital personnel?
Yes.
Do you typically, after you hand off a patient to staff, do you leave?
Typically, yes. This time, Miss Reed was, I'm going to say, not really cooperative with the nurse there. The nurse was asking her to get into a Johnny, give a urine sample. She was not cooperative. The nurse tried to work with her, had an ER tech go and ask the doctor if she had to get into a Johnny. She came back. She said, yes, she's a patient. She has to do all the normal stuff. We really didn't feel comfortable actually leaving the general area. I don't know if it was just shift change or what, but security wasn't there. And with her demeanor, we just didn't feel comfortable leaving the nurse by herself with Miss Reed.
You said that there was some difficult times. Was there some difficulty about the defendant accepting wearing a Johnny?
Yes, she was refusing to get into the Johnny, and the nurse kept saying, well, you got to get into this Johnny. The nurse did try to work with her and asked the doc if...
Objection.
Hold on. Patricia, are you talking about the thing she said about Carrie Rogers? Is that what you're talking about? Patricia said, OMG, did you hear what he just said? What a damning indictment. Is that what you're talking about?
I'll allow that.
And so the ER tech had to come back and say, yes, she has to get into the Johnny. And at that point she did. She seemed to have calmed down and was getting into the Johnny. Security personnel had shown up, and we felt comfortable being able to kind of leave the nurse and the tech on their own.
Before security came, was there difficulty in her providing a urine sample?
Do you know the answer to that?
Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
Why don't you ask it a little differently?
Sure. Do you remember whether she was giving the nurses a hard time about a urine sample?
Yes.
Objection.
So break that down, Mr. Brennan. The objection is sustained.
You said that she was giving nurses a hard time.
She didn't want to give a urine sample. And then the nurses kept asking her to, this is the cup, you pee in the cup.
Objection. Not funded.
No, I'm going to allow it.
You were there and saw this, right?
I saw it, yes.
Oh. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes.
Okay, so the urine sample, Queen of Hearts, would be because she's on a psych hold. So it is typical. They need to see what's going on with the patient biologically, what medications they might be on, what substances potentially, all of those things. So before they can treat the patient. They have to know, they have to do a comprehensive exam. They have to know what's going on with her or him, the patient. So that's why they would take a urine sample and probably a blood sample. Okay, so Patricia says the answer to my question is yes. Okay, and I need you to expound on that and tell me, if you don't mind, if you want to. You don't obviously have to, but I'm curious why you find that a damning indictment, because I'm going to tell you how I saw that. It meant nothing. Carrie Roberts has already testified that she and Karen Reed were not friends. They weren't friends. And so everybody that, and the truth of the matter is, and I can actually see where Karen is coming from in this way, everybody that helped that day, and Carrie and Jen McCabe, were not her friends. They were actually John's friends, and they didn't really accept her. So I can understand why from the outset, right from the outside, this firefighter EMT is saying, well, you got a lot of people around you. They're going to be a good support system for you. It's going to be okay. You know, trying to, whatever, comfort her. Okay. But here she is. These are all John's friends. They don't like her, and she knows it. Everybody has met their significant, when you and your significant others first started dating, you meet your partner's friends. Okay. And some of the friends of your partners either actually like you or put up with you because they like your friend, because they like your partner, and that's it. And you know it. And I think that's the situation that is going on here. And I don't find that to be particularly damning. I found that to be actually brutally honest, and probably not something that he was prepared to hear, but he heard it nonetheless. And I don't think it means anything either way, honestly. I just don't.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you knew before you got into ambulance 2 that
Hi,
you were
Shrita.
heading to Fairview Road for what is called a Section 12, correct?
We were dispatched for a Section 12, correct?
Right. And that was not your first call for a Section 12, right?
No.
You had been in that job since 2006?
Yes.
You've handled a number of them over the years, correct?
Correct.
The fact that the call came in as a Section 12 gave you some idea of the nature of the issue that you might be dealing with, correct?
We had an idea that it was for a psychological issue, correct?
Right. It told you that somebody at that location was suspected of being in some type of either psychiatric or emotional distress, correct?
Yes.
And on your crew, or of your crew, I should say, you were the one to drive the ambulance 2 to the residence, correct?
I drove to the address at Fairview.
Now,
Okay, because I did ask Patricia to expound on that, which she did. Thank you. And Patricia says, her mind should not have been there with Carrie. I don't think and I understand what you're saying, but this is my counter argument to that argument. I don't think her mind was there with Carrie, quite honestly. I think that because he said what he said, that's what put her mind there with Carrie. It isn't something that she offered voluntarily and freely out of nowhere. He was referring to the support system around her. And that's what made her, in my opinion anyway, and the truth of the matter is, it's probably somewhere in the middle between what I think and what you think, because that's how the truth usually works. All right, here we go.
Now, you've said that when you got to Fairview Road, you don't recall the time, but you do recall that there were still emergency vehicles on scene, correct?
I do.
There was nobody lying in the front lawn of 34 Fairview at that time, correct?
Correct.
And do you know how much later, after 6 a.m., you would have gone there?
You'd have to refer to my partner's report.
You don't know if it was minutes or hours?
It was minutes. It was within the hour. I don't know.
Within the hour,
yeah.
Okay. And you said that there were, or you testified that there were 2 police vehicles on scene, correct?
At least 2.
At least 2. There could have been more than 2.
It certainly could have been.
And those police vehicles, in such a situation, particularly with the snow falling down, would have had their blue lights flashing?
I'm not exactly sure if they did or they didn't. Sometimes the police shut off their lights when they arrive on scene. Sometimes they don't.
Okay, so you don't have a memory one way or the other?
No, nothing sticks out.
But those police vehicles certainly were not hidden. They were in plain view, correct?
I would say so.
Minimum of 2, maybe more. Correct?
Yes.
And there was also a gray SUV parked near that residence?
Correct.
And there was a fire engine there as well, correct?
Correct.
You called it our engine, right? That was from the...
Well, it would be engine 3.
Engine 3.
Queen of Hearts asks, were the peeps that she was going to meet with for drinks earlier her friends or his friends? The Currans? I would have to answer that they were acquaintances. I think they weren't quite, she didn't socialize with them that much. He didn't socialize with them that much either. So I think, I'm going to tell you what I think. I think that Karen Reed really wanted to go and hang out with John that night. She wanted to spend time with John that night, but they'd had a little argument in the morning, okay? And things were a little wonky between the two of them, okay? And they had been a little wonky for about a year. And I think that the Currans going out that night was just an excuse. She didn't really want to go out with them. Who she really wanted to go out with was John, and she wanted John to want to go out with her, if that makes sense, okay? I think that she was, she went and hung out with them just because. She didn't want to sit home. She didn't want to sit alone and stew on this fight that they'd had or argument that they'd had that morning. And they were going out, so she's like, hey, it's been a crap day. It's been a crap week. I'm going to go and have some drinks. But they were not her first choice. They would have been her plan B. That's the way I took it anyways.
Or at least the Station 1 engine.
I'm sorry?
The Station 1 engine. So Canton Fire has 2 fire stations. We were coming from the second station. The Station 1 engine is the one that responded to Fairview.
Okay, and that was a typical large fire engine, correct?
Yeah.
And did the fire engine have its lights on?
I assume it did, only because we rarely shut our lights off on a scene.
Sure. And there were police officers walking about, milling about?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I know I spoke with Officer Saraf and Officer Mulaney.
Okay. And
so at least 2.
And you know them by name?
Yeah, Canton's a fairly small town, so you run into the police on a regular basis.
Sure, and you work cooperatively with them, correct?
Yes.
Were there other police officers besides Saraf and Mulaney?
I'm sure there could have been, but I don't recall ever speaking with them or interacting with them.
Okay. Were there other EMTs or firefighters there when you got there?
Just my Lieutenant Woodbury, and then firefighter Sam Park.
Okay, and they were in charge of Engine 1?
Well, the Station 1 engine.
The Station 1 engine? Okay. And there were...
And Cash, to your point, I agree with this as well. To be fair to Carrie and any of the friends that were John's friends before he met and started dating Karen, it works the opposite way. Okay. Whenever any of my friends have brought a new guy or girl around, I'm judgy AF. Hello. It's perfectly on brand for me. I'm not saying anything that's surprising to you guys. The difference is I'm judgy quietly, but friendly outwardly. Because I always believe that if you can get somebody to talk, then you stand a much better chance of putting them together and figuring out who they really are. And it's not just what they say, it's how they say it, but it's also what they don't say. So I'm one of those. The good cop, if you will.
Also civilians on scene, correct?
Correct.
So you would agree that there was a lot of activity outside 34 Fairview, correct?
There was a fair amount of activity.
I mean, there were people and vehicles and lights surrounding that residence, correct?
So Patricia says, yeah, but she tried to play him with the plumber. She's a coercive controller. Look, I'm not saying that Karen Reed is somebody that should be canonized. Okay. She's not up for sainthood here. She's a human being. For me personally, in any relationship, whether that be a romantic relationship or a friendship, I don't really like to play those games. I don't like to give little tests, things like that. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's a waste of time and energy. And I just choose not to do it. I'm very direct. If you piss me off, I'm going to tell you that you pissed me off. Okay. But conversely, if I say I forgave you, I forgave you. It doesn't mean I'm actually secretly holding a grudge against you and will be for the next foreseeable future until the end of time. Okay. But I think that the truth of the matter between John and Karen was they both played games with each other. They both did it. They did it to each other. They poked at each other, and in my estimation, that was their love language. Perhaps that's kind of the way they flirted with each other, is to get a rise out of each other. It wouldn't work for me, but whatever. I think at the end of the day, the true state of their relationship really was revealed in the text message at the end, where John told Karen, just tell him to leave it. Come meet me out. I'll take care of it.
I assume so, yes.
Well, you were there, so you don't really have to
No,
assume.
I'm an
You know,
Aquarius.
right?
There was at least 2 police cruisers and a fire engine.
Right, and civilians, and police officers, and firefighters, correct? And civilians.
Correct.
All right. With all of that activity outside 34 Fairview, did you ever see the homeowner come out of his house?
I wouldn't have known the homeowner.
Do you ever see anybody exit the house?
I was not focused on the house at all.
All right. You were there to do a job, correct?
I was there to take somebody to the hospital.
Right. And you were there also to do a medical or psychiatric assessment while you were on scene, correct?
Well, yes, my partner was. Correct.
When you got there, you learned, well, I have to strike that. You knew going there that your patient would have been Karen Reed, correct?
No.
Okay. When you got there, you learned your patient was to be Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And given the nature of the call, you knew when you arrived that you would be transporting her to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
One of the first things that you tried to do was to get a medical history from her, correct?
Or my partner.
All right. And you were present for that, correct?
I may or may not have been.
Getting a medical history is important so that you can pass along information to the hospital when you eventually arrive there with the patient, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when assessing and treating somebody, getting more information is always better than getting less information, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so there are times when you'd like to get less information from a patient before you transport them?
So it would be pertinent information. For instance, if somebody was complaining of chest pain and they had stents placed in their heart, we wouldn't talk about how they had their tonsils removed when they were 12.
Okay, fair enough. But getting more information is not going to negate the crucial information that you do get, correct?
I mean, it certainly could in a critical stage. If there was a critical patient, we wouldn't typically overburden passing off a report to a nurse or a doctor with non-pertinent information.
Okay, it's not your testimony that getting.
So Patricia says, I think John is better than that, Jen. I think she controlled it all to control John. I mean, you might be right there. I mean, to me, the way that their relationship comes across is this with respect to Karen Reed. She's a woman of a certain age, okay? And I would imagine that she was at that age, at that stage in her life. I shouldn't say age. Stage is a better word. She was at the stage in her life where she wanted to be settled down. She was looking for her forever. And I think that she was hoping that that would be John O'Keefe. And due to many things, even if this had not happened, okay, even if he was still alive today, I don't think he was going to be the one for her. I think that they had poor communication skills between them as a couple. I don't think that he was going to be for her forever. And I think she was a little bit, I think she might have been a little bit impatient and a little, perhaps, desperate for him to be the one because she was at that certain stage in her life. And I think that comes across in those texts. I don't know about controlling so much. I didn't get that from the batch of texts that were read today. I know that that's not all of the texts. I know that it's not all of the communications. However, at this point, that's what my assessment is. I think that Karen and John were two very human beings, not without their flaws. And that's really not what we're here to discuss. So is it the issue at hand is, did she commit second-degree murder and hit him with her vehicle on the 29th of January 2020? That's what we're here to answer. And while all of these details, are good, make for good discussion, if I'm sitting on the jury, none of them are relevant. And my overall assessment from those text messages, if I were sitting on the jury, is they don't amount to anything. It doesn't show me that their relationship was in such a state that Karen would have been angry enough that he wanted to go to that house, that she would have been reckless enough to not so angry with him that she wasn't paying attention and she hit him with her vehicle. Nothing in those text messages suggests that to me.
Less information is always better than getting more information, is it?
I would say getting pertinent information is better than having.
That wasn't my question. My question was, is it your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, sir?
I would not agree with that, no.
Okay, thank you. Now, the medical history that was taken from Ms. Reed listed her as having multiple sclerosis, right?
I'm going to see it, sidebar, please.
Oh, here we go. Sidebar. Skip through the sidebar. It's a long sidebar.
Thank you. Sir, the medical testimony, I'm sorry.
Hold on, I just want to address Rachel Lee's comment. Rachel says, I think Jen wanted a more mature relationship than John was capable of. Yeah, that's probably, that's probably true. And to Violet's point, where is it? I just saw it because it was a good point. Here it is. She's not on trial for texts. She's not. You're right. She's not.
History that your partner and you took from Ms. Reed listed that she suffered from multiple sclerosis, correct?
Correct.
And you know that that's a chronic disease of the central nervous system?
It's my understanding.
And what does chronic mean?
I believe any disease lasting more than a certain amount of time. It could be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years.
Persists for a long time or constantly recurs?
Correct.
And it's a disease that affects neurological muscle control, correct?
That's my understanding.
And last question, it's also a progressive disease, which means it tends to get worse over time?
My understanding.
All right, now, when you first interacted with Karen Reed after you got to 34 Fairview and encountered that whole scene, it was clear to you that a major focus for her was whether John O'Keefe was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
Bless you. She asked if somebody could survive after having been found in the snow without a jacket, correct?
For many hours, correct.
All right. And you mentioned something about hypothermia, that you assumed that you may have been dealing with a hypothermia situation from earlier, correct?
Well, she said that he had been out in the snow with no jacket on for many hours.
And you assumed hypothermia was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
You are not qualified to diagnose hypothermia, are you?
I'm not a doctor.
Okay. And you don't know if your assumption about hypothermia was correct or incorrect, correct?
Is my assumption correct?
My question is that as you testify here today, after having dropped off Karen Reed at the hospital for that Section 12, you don't know if the assumption that you made that you were dealing with a hypothermia situation was correct or not. Is that right?
Well, they were certainly working on him at the hospital as a hypothermia patient.
You don't know if your assumption was correct or not, sir.
I guess I don't.
And you told her, in fact, that you could not speak to that, correct?
I'm sorry, to what?
In terms of how long somebody could survive outside, correct?
I couldn't speak to his condition is basically what I was trying to say to her.
All right. But she still persisted in asking you over and over if he was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
And Patricia says, I think it's the other way around. I find this to be so fascinating. And this is one of these things that just this is why I like trials so much, okay? Because we are all looking at the exact same texts. Patricia doesn't have a secret stash of text that she's reading. I don't have a secret stash of text that I'm reading. They're the exact same texts. And yet, Patricia has come away with one opinion, and I have come away with the complete opposite opinion of what's in those texts. I find that to be so fascinating. And the truth of the matter is, we could either, one of us could be right and one of us could be wrong. Or, as I suspect, we're probably both a little bit right. Somewhere, the truth of their relationship and who they were as people and who they are as a couple probably is somewhere in the middle of all of that. But I find it so fascinating how human beings are so capable are capable of looking at the exact same thing and coming away with two totally different perspectives.
She wouldn't let that go. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And what I like about my channel and my chat, our chat, is that even though Patricia and I have completely different opinions on it, she's not being rude to me and I'm not being rude to her. And I like that. We can have the conversation, we can have the discussion without it devolving into name calling and BS, because that I'm not interested in.
That was despite your not being able to give her an answer, correct?
Again, we were just trying to sort of give her any hope.
Right, okay, so she kept asking it and you were trying to give her hope that he could still be alive, correct?
Correct.
All right, now, today you claimed that her demeanor had changed when you mentioned Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And the term that you used to describe her demeanor when you mentioned Kerry Roberts as being part of a support system, what term did you use?
I'm sorry.
When you just testified on direct examination, did you characterize the way that she reacted when you mentioned Kerry Roberts?
She had been crying in her hands, and I said, you know, it looks like you have a very strong support system. And she picked up her head. She had her face in her hands. She picked up her head out of her hands, looked at me, and said, "Do you know Kerry Roberts?" And I said, "As a matter of fact, I do." And she said, "Anybody who knows Kerry Roberts wouldn't say that about her."
Okay, and you've previously described that in testimony last year as her being snarky was the term you used, correct?
Correct.
But you were first interviewed by the police on February 8th of 2022, correct?
If that's what the report says, yes.
About 10 days after this?
About that.
And the events of January 29th were fresh.
Hold the phone. Did this happen in 2022? Why do I keep saying 2020? What is wrong with me? Send help.
In your mind on February 8th of 2022, correct?
As fresh as they are today.
Okay, so you do not allow that your memory was better on February 8th of 2022 regarding January 29th of 2022. It wasn't better on February 8th than it is today, is your testimony?
I would feel it's just as good.
Okay. Your memory does not get better over time, correct?
For this case, it seemed to stick out to me.
Okay, so are you testifying that your memory gets better over time?
No, but...
That would be crazy, wouldn't it?
Correct.
In that February 8th, 2022 interview, you were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I'm sorry, what day?
February 8th of 2022. Okay. You were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I do not recall if I was or was not.
You told the police that you knew Kerry Roberts from your neighborhood, correct?
Okay, yes.
And you've testified today that she just lived 200 yards away from you, right around the corner, right?
About that.
And you told police that you had seen Kerry Roberts on scene at 34th Fairview when you got there, correct?
Correct.
You also told police that Karen Reed, had told you about making statements about her wanting to die, correct?
Correct.
But on February 8th of 2022, just 10 days after these events, you never mentioned to the police during that interview that Karen was snarky in any way, correct?
I don't know if I did or I didn't. I don't know if it would be in their report.
If you saw that report, would it refresh your memory as to whether or not you mentioned?
I will say, and I must say, that the testimony from first responders, what troubles me about their testimony is that it seems like over time, things that may or may not have been said by Karen at that time on that day, seemingly over the years have become embellished. There seems to be some embellishment added to it. And while most of the time I like people who are extra, this is not extra in a way that I like. I don't think it's my personal opinion that the truth is just the truth, and that the people who typically, when I have covered trials, watched trials, when the first responders testify, they're actually devoid of embellishment and emotion. Even when, like, when we were watching the trial of the girl in Georgia who had stabbed her daughter all of those times and then stabbed herself, and why her name is escaping me right now, I don't remember. I don't know why. It's just because it's been a long time. It's been a minute. But I remember the first responders who testified, and they are the ones that came on that horrible scene of seeing this toddler viciously stabbed so many times that the stabs were so hard and there was so much force used that the knife went through her body. Okay. And when they were testifying, they tried to not show emotion. You could see it. You could see they were troubled by it. You could see it made them sad, but they tried so hard to be like, just the facts, ma'am. You know what I mean? Whereas what I see in these first responders is actually the antithesis of that. They're over emotional. They are very defensive. They add. I've never seen, unless they've been asked, the way that he reenacted the crying in the hands. He did it twice. It's something that I just haven't seen, and it makes me, I'm not going to lie, it makes me uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable.
Snarkiness?
I don't think I mentioned snarkiness that day. No.
Chloe Driver, that's it. Thank you, Todd.
Okay.
But after that interview, and of course even after January 29th of 2022, you went back to your neighborhood, the same neighborhood that you lived in with Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
Do you still live in that neighborhood?
I do.
Does Kerry Roberts still live there?
She does.
So you and Kerry Roberts have continued to live in the same neighborhood for years after January 29th, correct?
We have.
And before you ever encountered Karen Reed that day, you had interacted with Kerry Roberts in the past, correct?
Briefly, yes.
Well, you were both on the same neighborhood Facebook page, were you not?
Yes, that's why I volunteered to bring the fire truck to the
right.
block party.
One time she had posted on that neighborhood Facebook page that she wanted to have a fire truck at the neighborhood block party, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you replied and volunteered that you would bring the fire truck to that block party as she requested, correct?
Correct.
And you also worked with Kerry Roberts on the Ponkapog Civic Association, did you not?
I did not know. She worked on the board prior to my arrival on the board.
So you both worked on the same board, but just at different times?
Different times, correct.
We had, I think you had touched on this earlier, in addition to knowing Kerry Roberts, having been with the Canton Fire Department since 2006, there have been many times when you've worked in conjunction with the police, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to the two police officers that you mentioned having seen at 34 Fairview on January 29th, that being Sarath and Mulaney, you know many other officers at the Canton police station.
I do.
And as you say, Canton's a small town, correct?
Relatively.
People know each other, correct?
Correct.
You also knew former state trooper Michael Proctor before you arrived at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
Michael Proctor actually was 2 years ahead of you in school, was he not?
He was.
And you learned at some point that your school classmate, Michael Proctor, was the lead investigator into the death of John O'Keefe, this case, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you spoke to the police in February of 2022, Michael Proctor was one of the troopers to interview you, correct?
Correct.
You did not go to school with Karen Reed, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You didn't help coordinate neighborhood block parties with Karen Reed, right?
No.
You were not in a civic association that Karen Reed belonged to at any point, correct?
No.
She was a stranger to you on January 29th, 2022, correct?
She was a patient of mine, yes.
Well, as far as you knew, she was an outsider to Canton, correct?
I did not know that.
You didn't live in the same neighborhood with her?
I'm not sure if we did or did not.
You had no personal contact with her either before or after January 29th of 2022, correct?
No.
All right. Now, as a result of your having gone to the scene, there's a patient care record that is generated, correct?
Correct.
And on this issue of the snarkiness and the demonstration that you just did, there's a contemporaneous report of your team's observations from January 29th, right?
Are you referring to my partner's wrong report?
Yeah, the patient care report.
Yes.
All right. And that patient care report is dated January 29th of 2022 and is timed at 9:03 and 34 seconds a.m. Does that sound right?
Sounds about right.
All right. And that 9:03:34, from your knowledge of how patient care reports are generated, would that be the time that you arrived on scene or the time that the report is written?
I mean, I would have to see what time, the exact time you're referring to, but it could be the time the call is closed, or it could be the time you finish the report. There could be multiple reports. I'm not exactly positive which report you're talking about.
Okay. In any case, it was from that morning, correct?
Well, I assume so.
I mean, there was only one morning that you went to 34 Fairview.
Well, no, but there could be two reports. So the engine has to write a report and the ambulance has to write a report.
But they're both about that morning, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, there are boxes to fill.
And I think Yannetti is about to arrive at a very good point. Because all of these people knew each other, Canton is a relatively small town, as Mr. Whitley has just testified to, and they all sort of knew each other, and know by, like there are people that I went to high school with that I know who they are, right? Doesn't mean we socialized a lot or I was very close with them, but if you ask me about so and so, I probably knew I know who you're talking about. So they were familiar with each other. That's probably a better word to use, okay? And I suspect that the reason that whole comment stuck out in the EMT's mind is because he knew Carrie and he doesn't have an issue with her. Maybe even he liked her as a person, and Karen said something disparaging and it pissed him off. And that's why he remembers it. And that's why he's embellished it, because it pissed him off.
Out on the patient care record, correct?
Correct.
One of the boxes is primary impression.
Yes.
What does primary impression mean?
That is just what we believe the patient's not complaint is, but what we believe the patient is suffering from.
Okay. And that is listed on the patient care record for Karen Reed as a behavioral/psychiatric episode, correct?
Yeah, so that's a box we check for just about any Section 12.
Sure. And of course that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
No, that is my partner's report.
Okay. There's also a box for secondary impression, correct?
Correct.
What is secondary impression?
That might be like just a secondary complaint most of the time. A lot of the times, patients don't have a secondary complaint.
Okay, but in this case, it's listed as anxiety/emotional upset, correct?
Yes.
All right, and again, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
That's my partner's report, yes.
There's also a box for signs and symptoms, right?
There is.
And nowhere in the signs and symptoms box is snarkiness mentioned, correct?
1.25.
No, I don't think that would be medically appropriate.
And then in the patient care record, it's recorded that Karen was found sitting in the front passenger seat of a friend's car, crying and visibly upset but cooperative, right?
If that's my partner's words, yes.
All right. And those words, actually nowhere in the patient care record is it listed that she was snarky in any way, correct?
Again, that would not be something we would put into a patient care report.
And you did not put it in, correct?
It was my partner's report, and no, we did not put it in.
Okay. And once Ms. Reed agreed to go with you in the ambulance, it's fair to say she was still upset and crying, correct?
At times.
If I may have a moment.
Sure.
Actually, if I can just get my glasses so that I can see. Thank you. Okay. You had just testified that you said at times she was upset and crying when she got in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
You testified on April 21st of 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
And that was...
I'm going to say this and then I'm going to let it go. I would propose to you, ladies and gentlemen of the chat, that had Karen not said that thing about Carrie Roberts, we would be hearing very different testimony right now.
3 months after the events that you're testifying about today?
Roughly.
And your memory back then was fresh, was it not?
Yes.
And you were asked the question, once she was in the back of the ambulance and she agreed voluntarily to go to the hospital, did she appear to calm down at that point? Do you remember that question?
I do.
And your answer was, I mean, she wasn't arguing against us at that point. I mean, once she, agreed to come with us voluntarily, I mean, she was still upset, crying, and talking on the phone. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
All right. You didn't mention in that answer that it was only at times that she was crying and upset, correct?
No.
Okay. The whole time, from beginning to end, Ms. Reed was constantly worried about John, was she not?
Yes.
Sustained.
You recall that she was on the phone at one point speaking to someone that she called Papa, correct?
Correct.
Did you later learn that Papa was John O'Keefe Sr.?
I am just learning that just now.
All right. And in any case, you heard her say to Papa, is he dead? He's dead, isn't he?
Sustained.
You could hear on the other end of the line that Papa was saying something to her, correct?
The objection sustained.
May I approach?
The witness or me?
Sidebar.
Okay. It'll be short. I don't want to keep you folks here until 4:30. It's been a long day. So I'm going to release you today. Have you come back tomorrow and make every effort to start right at 9 tomorrow. Please follow those cautions.
All right, so there you have it. And we finished up with this witness this morning. So that's all I have for you guys today. I'm going to thank you all for being here. If you haven't done so, give your girl a thumbs up, thumbs down. Either way, I'd prefer a thumbs up, but hey, I ain't going to judge. All right, you guys have a great, did I say last week? What did I say? So we finished up, okay, so this was yesterday's afternoon testimony, and we started today's testimony with this witness, Daniel Whitley. There, that's right. That's how it went. Okay. All right. You guys have a great rest of your Thursday, and I will see you in the morning. For how long? I don't know. I guess it just depends on how they do this whole trip. But anyway, thank you all so very much for being here. I appreciate you all very much. Have a great rest of your day. Bye.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do. Well, fuck you.
No malicious intent or effort was towards it.
No malicious.
Minutes later.
that sometimes.